It'll be fine. I wonder what team I should use. I don't know what they're gonna be weak to. We don't have the new units, obviously. And even then, I don't even know if I would want to level them up. We could use the Blood Fiend team, the Poise. Yeah, let's just throw the Blood Fiend team in there. Just for at least the first round. We also have the Bullet team from last event. I look from beyond the glass window as the sinners battle furiously inside the large indoor arena. You damned imbeciles. Imbeciles. What's the point of everyone rushing at the same enemy that's already staggered and nearly dead? Faust had attacked that entity first. The blame lies flatly with the others' delayed decisions. My apologies. Yet concerned was I that to not dispose swiftly of that foe would... I think this is a great show of teamwork. I had no idea how hopeless the sinners were in battle without my command. Damn it, why won't any of you listen to my orders? Oi, your genius's order was how the lass's head ended up dangling from 1/4 of a neck. It was a necessary sacrifice to gain an edge in battle. Worry thee not, how befitting of a hero it is to perish in place of her compatriot. Donkey! What was that voice? Don Quixote falls before the merciless onslaught of enemies. I had so many things I wanted to say to them, most of which were variations of, you're doing it wrong, but I had no idea but to watch as their woeful, abysmal decisions continue to bungle the fight. If I tried... This researcher next to me will get in my way to claim they haven't finished collecting the data. This one's reaction speed to emergencies is exceptionally fast. So, no, Don's dead. Can I help them now? Will you stop pacing and compose yourself? We are almost done here. That should be more than enough data. Take control, manager. I had a lot I wanted to say, but let's help the sinners out of this bind first. Is Dawn... we'll revive Dawn. Limbus company. I wonder what LCE stands... Okay, never mind! I did not expect that. Oh boy, we're doing this again. I did not expect this. This was a railway fight. I imagine it can't be as hard as railway, but still, this is a... I did not expect to see them again. I don't think anyone else is going to expect to see them when playing this event. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, is anyone playing Limbus Company? Yeah, oh yeah, there's quite a couple of people. I think we won most, which is nice. Limbus PvP when. Wow, Gregor's being targeted by a lot. Can I... it's all kind of bad. David, give you the dominating. Let's end you. Actually, yeah, let's just end you. Dawn can go here. Boom, boom. They're gonna have to target this. That's rough. Ow. We're fighting a burn team, which is interesting. Very nice, Gregor. Ooh, stagger. Yeah, let's go, Dawn. Yeah, that would suck. Yeah, get him, Yusang. Oh, they don't have backup. That's good. Alright, Dawn. Murder them. Favored. Dominate. Oh, God. So 6. 16. Is that enough to stagger? 55. No, it isn't. It is not enough to stagger. Okay. Maybe if I... That's not gonna work. You're gonna get hit. Well, at least you get a free attack. Well, good luck.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
다류 산초 경열 80 갈라지도록.
Yeah, Foul's still losing. Oh boy, I did getting egoed myself. That's a experience. Well, they're all dead, it's fine.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
이번에 네 피분수
기원을 갖추는 없군.
영혼이
그대로
잠들어
무너져라.
이제야
Oh, it's Hohenheim. He's an announcer. We saw him in the trailer. Well, we saw a teaser for his character. That went well. As expected of our executive manager, the exceptional development of your strategic genius reminds me of the early years of my career. Uh-huh. Thanks. Whew. Got anything to snack on, guys? I'm starving here after that brawl. You will maintain an empty stomach for the duration of the test. Next on the docket is... I would have asked Massault for a massage if I knew this was coming. Whose idea was this anyway? Well, if you really want to get into it, we can trace this right back to your vacation request, Gregor. Not that this wouldn't have happened without that, but yeah. Oh, come on, fellas. There's gotta be more to it than that. Sure there was, not that it would have made any difference. Because like Ishmael said, this all began with Gregor's particular egregious stretching. At least they are the classic ones. I don't know, they could... Ooh, medical checkup. Oh, we have 14. Okay, this is gonna be a take a moment. We've got 14 nodes to get through. Wow, that sound just now. I didn't know a human body could make a sound like that. I was just doing some stretches. Can't seem to do them without making those noises nowadays. Huh? What do you mean you can't? That right there's the creaking sound of time's ravages sink. Oof, I know Dante's been tuning the clock to rewind out time, but I feel like my joints are starting to grate. I know what you mean. I definitely don't feel as spry as I used to. Maybe the pain from repeatedly dying and reviving takes a toll after all. Yeah, dying sure is a pain. That's when Hong Lu flippantly threw out an innocent comment amidst the complaining sinners. Speaking of, isn't it funny how Don Quixote is totally fine even though she's hundreds of years old? She's got to be the oldest of us by a lot, right? Honglu's unprompted catapulting of such heavy subject brought the busy inside the bus to a sudden stifling halt. I thought we were gonna take some time to actually broach that subject, but you just bulldozed through the whole mess, huh? I must have made things awkward. I didn't realize everyone was so sensitive about their age. That's, 'tis not to concern thyself with, be not so. Of course, there was also someone who could not care less about the bus's air quality. Oi, scoot over. That's my designated seat you're playing your ass in. I'll whack you. On the other hand, here's this guy without a care in the world. Almost makes me wonder if he even remembers what just happened. Oh, well, maybe this is your chance to get back at him for treating you harshly, Don Quixote. I'm sure you can sing. I've never seen your eyes sparkle like that before. I am quite fond of the current temperament of our company. Unless young Heathcliff here suddenly morphs into a villainous scoundrel, I have nary a wish to exact violence upon him, and... Right now, that's over with. Let's all shut up and keep the chin wag to a minimum, yeah? Seems plenty villainous. Seems plenty villainously dickish to me. Anyways, am I the only one think that's about time we got the thing? The thing? Well, you know, the thing that we tried a while ago but didn't get to enjoy to some unforeseen issues. Death match. Not that! Don't you remember? We even played volleyball by that big body of water. Contextual clues suggest that he is making a request for a vacation. Yep, absolutely, yep. Let's all go to a spa or something. Relax, get massages to loosen up our muscles some, please? You still have expectations for our employers. Aha! I recall that young Massault had given thee quite the executive massage, hath he not? I have an astute knowledge of the major muscle groups and nerve structures of the human body. Well, it's canon that Massault gives massages, at least to Gregor. For many weeks following that massage, my body was deprived of any sensory stimulation. I guess Massault's giving massages. Thus understood it was the philosophy of Massault's physical therapy that the most infallible methodology of convalences from pain is to remove any and all stimulation, including that of pain. It seems that the time is here. Virgilius? Yes, I knew that this day would come would eventually come. I can't get Smoker voice. The day's here. Why is everyone acting so seriously all of a sudden? Rodion's observation is correct. While turning the clock does indeed turn the time, a certain degree of exacerbating fatigue cannot be alleviated. This necessitates that we employ a certain measure to verify the status of each sinner. What could it possibly be that needs this much build-up? In other words, it is time for Limbus companies. Dramatic G-U-L-P. Dramatic gulping noise. Regular checkup. Regular checkup? We did get a certain call from higher-ups a while ago, requesting that we send the sinners in for a regular checkup. But it was repeatedly delayed due to several limiting circumstances on our end. They've been obnoxiously hounding us for quite some time. I was starting to get tired of explaining our absence. Checkup? What checkup? Don't be so on edge, Heathcliff. Such proceedings are regular occurrences at most corporations. I've never personally experienced it myself, but sounds like they're just checking to see how we're doing health-wise. I turn around getting ready to say, right, Ishmael? Only to come face to face with Ishmael's shocked expression frozen onto her face. Well, this is unexpected. I thought Ishmael, with her worldly experiences, would leap onto this opportunity to lecture us all about how things worked outside Limbus Company. Her regular checkups are... Oh, you're gearing up to explain what it is. Julio, You got 30 seconds to wrap it up. Ready, set, go! No, not the regular checkup. Miss Ishmael's expression seems to suggest otherwise, Miss Rodya. I did hear that some fixer officers or associations employ varying methodologies when it comes to regular checkups, depending on their characteristics. Locked up until there's only one left standing. Locked. Blood of my colleagues, the only key to escape. What kind of checkup did she have to go through? Ishmael wasn't the only one responding with a pale-faced, abject horror at the suggestion. Do you even understand what kind of regular checkup you're getting into? I'm asking if you're prepared to go through the regular checkup, no matter what happens in the process. Are you prepared to endure through everything that... What's wrong with this bloke now? Mate's looking all pale. I don't understand why everyone's making such a big deal of this. I don't think it's that bad. I think we used to have annual health checkups back in school too. What kind of checkup? What kind of checkups? They'd put us all in the same room, measuring heights, weights, running some basic fitness tests. But prithee, wherefore do they seek the measures of such characteristics? Must you really ask? A full knowledge and analysis of each soldier's status is indispensable intelligence for officers to have on hand. What soldiers? I was talking about my school. Right, so that don't explain shite about why you need to know that, does it? Why'd they find it necessary to spray people with those stinking chemicals just to see if someone's got lice in their clothes? He must have gone through his share of rough checkups too as a kid, I guess. You all keep asking questions with the most obvious answers. In fact, I've been wondering when they'd test us. Otis is confidently marched up to the front of the other sinners with an assertive grin as though she'd been waiting for this very moment. The true purpose of this checkup must be to elect a true authority amongst us. A true authority? By your parlance, true authority, could it be that you are questioning whom among us is our leader? But I'm still standing right here. I humbly request that you avoid plaguing yourself with any unnecessary misunderstandings about my suggestion, Executive Manager. Of course, I must preface this with the declaration that there cannot be an iota of doubt towards Executive Manager Dante's authority. Okay? But was this not always a topic of great contention among us? That which of us is most fit to command this squad of sinners? Isn't it Ishmael? Maybe Faust? That's what I thought too. This lack of cohesion is precisely why we always fail to face our enemies as a team. Always scrambling, always underprepared, always taken by surprise. You must always be ready to drop to the ground and give 500 push-ups whenever your superior commands you to do so. Always maintain the willingness to sacrifice your well-being and life for the sake of the glorious victory of your allies. It's all missing. Where's your readiness for self-sacrifice? No one's arguing with you, Otis. Who are you even talking to? Aha, so you summarized the regular checkup entails putting us all in a small room and making us fight to the last sinner standing? Silence fell upon at Honglu's succinct summary. Battle Royale! I've been looking forward to this. Fuck it, I'll give you lot one hell of a fight. My fist used to be bloody infamous in the back streets. Fine, so that's how we're doing this, huh? I'm ready to roll. Guys, this isn't... Okay, so where are we off to? The sinners are absolutely ready to kill each other. The battle... excuse me. The regular checkup takes place at... The sinners seem to be under some serious misunderstanding about what the regular checkup entailed, but Faust had obviously long given up correcting them. The headquarters. The headquarter you speak of must be the headquarters of Limbus Company. Yes. Ooh, we're finally getting to visit the headquarters, huh? A whole year after they hired us. We should be right on time upon immediate departure. 'Tis at this instant, thou sayest, yet mine heart is faint prepared. Prithee, allow us some time to prepare our travel provisions. Where's the HQ anyway? Hopefully it's not too far from here. And that is a secret. However, I would like to inform you that it exists in a location inaccessible via the Mephistopheles. Oh, come on. How are we supposed to get there if you're not going to tell us where it is? Inaccessible via Mephistopheles? You're not about to suggest that we board the warp trains again, are you? Fie, I shan't ever board the warp trains again. Indeed, we will not be boarding a warp train for this journey. So are we taking the back doors or something? Yeah, good point. Let's take them doors instead. A sound suggestion. However, in lieu of sufficient information regarding each door, the destination may hold an element of randomness, or due to the variable nature of its activation period, the resultant destination may not reflect our intended end coordinates, or an unexpected closure mid-passage through the frame may behoove us to bid the company our last farewells and embark on an untimely journey of no return. Are you sure this is a sound suggestion? Then I'd rather take that bloody train instead. At least we won't remember what happened once it's over and done with. Battle Royale. So, she just wants to kill. Well, we knew this. So, further research was necessary to ensure safe transportation to the intended destinations. Further research? Are you implying that you made modifications to the back door? A close assessment. However, it would be more accurate to say that the back door was merely used as a reference. How did you even make the time for research? Weren't you doing everything with us the whole time? LCA and Faust established multiple communications with a certain Neo Wing aspirant company during the spare hours between our travels to garner multiple cooperation efforts regarding the stabilization of the back door. A Neo Wing? Are they looking to take over L Corp's vacancy or something? Quite sharp, Gregor, but the direction of your intuition could be improved. It is a company seeking to seize the immense vacancy of the ever-declining W Corp. W Corp? Is that so? Yeah, that makes sense. Stories of W Corp's decline have been spreading more and more as of late, and I'm not surprised that some companies would consider this to be an opportunity. Newspapers also featured op-eds regarding a possible management crisis at W Corp, with many of them discussing the mysterious disappearances as well. I see, so they've been furtively planning and preparing to take over W Corp's position as a wing. But to supplant a wing before it falls on its own, now that's certainly peculiar. They must have something, a scheme perhaps, in the works, and to ally with such ambitious parties is the headquarters looking to start a war of the wings? I at this moment am not privy to such details. Miss Otis, we needn't make such predictions and such rashness. Recall that W Corp has been mired in troubles both internal and external, having fallen to such desperation as to seek the assistance of our company. It is no wild presumption to predict that it shall crumble ere the advent of such violent pandemonium. For indeed, inefficiency is the bane of technology that brings ruination to those that fail to overcome it. Our research efforts, however, were quite efficient and successful. Its mechanisms are similar to that of the back door, but it eliminates the corridor instead, establishing a direct connection from one door to another. A portal, if you will. Oh, so you resolved all the aforementioned side effects then? Not quite. Similar difficulties to the aforementioned cases were observed. Sometimes the accuracy of the target destination coordinates were lacking, or in other cases, the activation period would be cut short, causing the door to shut prematurely and amputate the subject as they were traversing between doors. There has been much progress in the stabilization efforts, however, minimizing pentasection incidents. Most recent incidents have been limited to bisections. Bisection certainly is an improvement over pentasection. They both sound equally awful to me. I would not behold mine own left and right shoes so crudely sundered, forced to be so far apart upon our coming to the headquarters. Well, well. All this idle chatter of unnecessary concerns tells me that your bus life may have been too uneventful lately. Looks like the research arrived while you were wasting time. I saw a large and unfamiliar vehicle through the window. Is that the vehicle? It's got no windows though. How tiresome. Now off the bus. Is it just like a... We're going to the headquarters, right? We're not going to just another bus. The vehicle. Once we disembarked the bus, we made our way into this unfamiliar vehicle of sorts. Its interior was mostly metallic, filled to the brim with convoluted-looking machines, and on the opposite end of the entrance, a massive door looming over us. This is... Assistance from P Corp in the process of developing this device was indispensable. Wait, that means... In cohorts with young Cicera, are you? Oy they! Much did I aspire to regale her with the tale of the contract's glorious completion, of mine heroism and bravery. 'Tis quite unfair of thee to meet her all by thy lonesome young Faust. Your concerns will be taken into account next time. Faust seemed relieved. Worry thee not, for thou hast availed us to the sights of Limbus company headquarters. Why it have been tattered for. That is Dawn. There are numerous reasons for which you are yet to be allowed into the headquarters, but as it would be a fruitless effort to explain them all, we will not cover that subject here. Phew, glad to hear we're not sitting through another lecture. The primary reason is, however, that there were several limitations to bringing the members of our department to the headquarters, brought upon by frequent nest movements and irregular scheduling of our missions. Why'd you say all that if you're gonna explain anyway? Wait, more importantly, what's that about collaborating with P Corp? Boy, here we go again. P Corp's singularity can be summarized by the following 4 words. Expansive space warping technology. Oh, right. Didn't you say that Miss Cicera told you something about the principle of P Corp singularity is a lot like how Lamarchiland works? Right, Lamarchiland was much larger on the inside than it looked from the outside. Oh yeah, I've been meaning to ask. Don't other wings already make liberal uses of different kinds of space-expanding singularities? It's how should I put this? Isn't it a bit too mundane of a city tech for P Corp to call space manipulation its unique thing? That was quite the intelligent question. Compliments! How nice. Ishmael is correct in suggesting that technology to expand a given space is a commonly employed technology by other wings as well. An example of one such invention making use of this space expansion technology but isn't a P Corp singularity would be Mephistopheles. The ultimate purpose of P Corp's space expansion technology is to create the safest place in the world. Perfectly perfected construct, its interior sheltered from the world outside, no matter how severely its exterior is battered, to have a sound structural integrity no matter what. Its interior is safe from any and all harm. Therefore, the more expensive the P Corp product is, the safer its interior is from damaging outside conditions such as extreme pressure or shock. Perhaps the way in which the interior is completely insulated from the outside is comparable to a full disconnect from the outside world by separating in a separate dimension. Yes, usually I think in terms of P Corp it's preservation. In conclusion, the exterior of this vehicle utilized P Corp singularity, which means that it can protect its interior from all forms of impact, not to mention that it has enough room to hold more than 13 people inside. Don't dimensional trunks or containers also transport things to other dimensions? Sink, why are you freezing up all of a sudden? There was this creepy story that used to circulate among kids back when I was in school. Here's how it goes. So a Devyat Association employee makes a delivery to a house and looks away for a second, and a curious kid crawls into their courier trunk and... I'm gonna stop the story here. Look, that story kept me up at night for a whole week, okay? I couldn't stop having nightmares about that scenario where... Hey, come on. Sometimes a story is just a story. Not necessarily. Unfortunately, the story that inspired Sinclair's week-long nightmares was most likely an accurate retelling of a true story. Thanks, Faust. Several regulations were added to Hana and Devya Association's rules to prevent cases of people being stored in the dimensional containers. From a certain perspective, it may be said that the warp technology employed by W Corp shares a degree of similitude. The parallel lies in the fact that it also transports humans to a different dimension, the difference being that they are packaged in a safer manner. Therefore, perhaps enough of a connection exists to say that they operate on the same scale. Anywho, the point is that we'll always have access to the headquarters as long as we have this vehicle thing, right? This will certainly make the logistics of communication and supply much more convenient. One question, however, how does the company plan to move this instrument, as I would expect that would be much trouble on its own? Has that detail been hashed out yet? No. In order to establish a more tangible level of communication with Limbus Company headquarters, an effective means of transportation such as this vehicle will be installed in the nests across the city. In summary, an efficient means of transportation such as this vehicle here, developed using P Corp and this aspirant W Corp's technology, will gradually be installed at various points across the city. In every nest? Of course not. The technology is so experimental. It is astronomically expensive to install and operate. Virgilius gave us a firm clarification. Activating now. Faustus tinkers with various machines and contraptions within the vehicle, and the giant door from earlier began to tremble, making a loud noise. Well, wherefore is that gate over yonder shuddering so? Energies now linked are routing towards that gate. When the gorge displayed is around the glowing door filled, the door began to slowly open. Entering now. When it fully opened, Faust made her way inside just like it was another door. Oh, well, let's follow her inside. There was a bizarre and incomprehensible noise of machines, coupled with a low droning noise. Yes, we have arrived. Welcome to the Limbus Company headquarters. This place is teeming with people dressed in all sorts of odd outfits walking briskly between their busy schedules. I heard heavy doors opening and closing from here and there alongside that odd sensation I've been feeling from time to time. Is the floor of the LCE department. LCE? Hopefully we'll get to proudly stride in for the HQ's front gate one day. God, it was a while ago, but I wonder if Limbus Company made like an open world game like Genshin or something like that. That these vehicles would be like a teleport point. What are they weak to? At least it feels like it. Yeah, let's just keep going Blood Fiend team. I don't see why not. Oh, that's what he looks like. Right, are we waiting for something to happen? Or are we all suddenly unfamiliar with the concept of introducing ourselves? Given that no one appears to be willing to introduce me, allow me the liberty of self-introduction. My name is Hohenheim, the chief researcher of this company. To be precise, he is the chief researcher of the LCE department. To be more precise, I am the chief researcher responsible for the entirety of Limbus Company. To be even more precise, the only reason he retains that role is because Yi Sang and I have been excluded from the research personnel files due to our statuses as sinners. I sense a rivalry. Someone must stay behind to continue the research after all. Aha, so you two are friends? While it seems entirely unnecessary to establish a label in this relationship, it could be said that we are acquaintances who routinely and unwillingly maintain a level of communication with one another. Ah, I am in agreement. For the first time since we were acquainted. I hear that our department has reached out several times to yours to remind you of this regular checkup. The nature of the LCB department necessitates that we are constantly on the move from one nest to another, which makes it rather difficult for us to give you an immediate reply. I would have expected someone like you to already be well aware of this obvious detail. Yes, I was very well aware. I am also quite well aware of the fact that your department has been giving us that same reply over and over again, like an answering machine. And this must be Dante, the executive manager of the Limbus company Sinners. I'd like to say hi, nice to meet you, but I don't suppose he can hear that, what I'm saying. The manager extends their greetings. Charmed, it is grueling and arduous work to be in a position of leadership, especially when communication issues come into play. Sometimes I cannot help but wonder if my researchers and I are even speaking the same language, so I do commiserate. How odd. Ooh, look at these outfits. They look dope. How odd. Their clothes are. Ah, yes. Allow me to introduce you all to Martin and Alyssa, two of the new researchers directly in my command. Are they wearing gear extracted from abnormalities? But how? Happy to have someone who recognizes them. Are they like gears scavenged from the former Elcor? While there are partial similarities to their gears, enough differences are present to distinguish them. Indeed, we attempted our own brand of extractions, successfully, I might add. While the news of the new production of Ego Gear in Limbus Company style was already received, this is the very first time they are observed in person. So, you must have abnormalities contained in this facility. So that's why I've been sensing abnormalities in here. Huh. But I'm sensing distortions and Pecatula too. I wonder if we're gonna see Kim. Indeed, they are the containment and research subjects for LCE department as well. Faust closely observed the ego gear Hohenheim was wearing like an exceptionally harsh judge in a fashion contest. Apart from a few imperfections in the finish, the level of ego extraction visible here is quite acceptable. Input appreciated. This is a product of thousands of repeated experiments and subsequent failures that have been meticulously conducted and studied in order to extract it with an acceptable level of stability. Yeah, it looks cool. But at the end of the day, I did it, like I always do. You did it? Are you sure you want to take all the credit when your team is standing right behind you? We're used to it. Oh, piss off. I'm going mad surrounded by these self-absorbed twats. I'm just about ready to get violent on some poor bastard. Let's get on with the checkup so we can get back to the bus, yeah? I feel the very same urgency you express. There is much we must cover, regrettably, given that this is the first ever regular checkup performed as a group since your employment. Faust also does not wish to pass more time without substance. Let us begin. Very well, our first task shall be to assess your abilities in response to emergency situations. Wait, he just pressed something. Emergency situations? The walls of the laboratory suddenly started separating and sliding into place. Then when it settled, I realized that I had locked the sinners away in some kind of hold, isolating them from me, Vigilius, and Charon. What the hell? This is just an ambush! Yes, it is. The purpose of this test is to measure your behaviors in response in case of a surprise attack. So ambush it is. Was this discussed beforehand, Vigilius? You look anxious, Dante. Well, I suppose you weren't let in on this either. I wasn't for your information. Just go with their flow, Dante. So it goes would be an apt response. I'll find a room somewhere where Charon and I might sit down and enjoy some nice tea. Come find me with Faust once this is over. Charon wants cake too. Oh, voice. Oh, hey, we got some leftover cake from our last office party. Come this way, please. An employee appeared and led Vigilius and Charon away into a nearby office room. Okay, so this is the regular checkup, huh? Let's get this done. Yippee! Ah, water. Let's see. Okay, it is.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
I think we're like 3 nodes in so far. Maybe 4. So we're like a quarter of a way through. What the? I wonder what E stands for. It could stand for like extraction, maybe ego.
또한 용서할 테니.
Nice. Sang should have it.
정화. 따뜻한 꿰뚫리고.
Nice. EA Sports, it's in the E. Aw, one more left.
너희의 무기로.
Oh, there's 3 waves. Okay then.
좀 찍었네.
아류 산초 경혈육 쏟아내라.
Alright. Oh wow, they are fast.
가족을 위해.
Oh, okay. We did not need to focus that so many attacks on them. Alright then. The scissors.
그대로 무너져. 정화. 흐르는 피로 쏟아내라.
Okay, final wave. Ooh.
무기를 만드는 것만큼은 내가 어버이보다 뛰어났지.
Do I have an AoE? No, I don't. That one's AoE. It'll be fine, maybe.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
Christmas.
이놈의 덧없는 분노를 담아 이 선물을 퍼부어주도록 하지. 산초류 경혈 온 라샹그레. 끝을 낼 시간이다.
Well, you were at a spider.
이상해.
점 찍었네.
I don't think they relate to chroma, but they're...
비뚤어졌고.
Are they wrath or are they sloth? I don't remember what sin they relate to.
무기를 만드는 것만
Hecatulum
내가
luxuria.
어부이고
I don't remember what kind of sin this... it's a lust sin. Okay.
정화.
아류 산초 경열 80 쏟아내라.
We went through various tests, including commanding abilities trials using Pecatul Invidiae. Hey, Manager Esquire, hey ho, I have attained a score most perfect! To be surpassed by Miss Don Quixote in a contest of knowledge. Must I delve further in my studies? Hey, ye sang, bud, they were testing out Fixer Association knowledge, eh? Totally. Honestly, she's got more than enough Fixer fixation for the entire bus. All kinds of general knowledge, trivia quizzes. What's the a voice? What's the first thing you focus on when meeting a new person? The look in their eyes? How strong they look? Bloody hell, this ain't easy. The outfits still look cool. Your leadership... I don't know what voice. Your leadership style is strong, decisive, and goal-orientated. You are Massault? Wait. Wait, is she like Massault, kind of? I don't know. We were finally allowed a quick break after going through all kinds of mysterious, strange personality tests as well. Next, basic fitness test for all sinners. We can finally get started on the real meat of this checkup. Wait, then what were all those tests you guys were running on us? They were conducted in order to collect various data that the LCE department had been missing. In other words, we capitalized on this opportunity to fulfill our private curiosities. Still, I'd say it was rather very productive. We now know a lot more about you guys that will help us support the LCB going forward. Alright, we're going to go over some tests that can be conducted in groups first. Please form a line here. What? Like this? Let's get this over with. Looks like we've got a long day ahead of us. Wow, these are some comfy clothes they've given us. I'm jealous. I don't have a hoodie. Right? I could totally see myself wearing these to sleep. I'm jealous. To sleep? They're LCE property, so you better return them as soon as we're done here. Gotcha. By the way, can you take a look at my wrist here before we actually get started? I've been feeling a bit of soreness there, but Dante won't turn the clock for just me, you know. Turning of the clock for such trivialities may cause the formation of an unfavorable habit. Perhaps Massault can remedy your pain. I am always prepared to administer necessary aid should you request it. Actually, you know what? I'm totally fine now. Don't you worry about it. Please stand still. If you think I can't see some of you on your tiptoes, you'd be very wrong. Heels on the ground, please. But my heels are on the ground. Bye. And, can you snuff out your cigarettes before the test begins? Oh, this one isn't lit. It's just there so I can look cool. Uh-huh. And what about bold but scram? Okay, so the basic group tests are complete. I seem to have forgotten something quite important. I had to establish prior to beginning the test in earnest. I need an assistant. An assistant? I need an assistant to help me smooth out the testing procedures. You got two of them already, right behind you, if you need directions. Oh, we're not Mr. Hohenheim's assistants. We're specially assistant researchers. Specifically. Yes, of course, there is much that distinguishes these two occupations. I would like for one of you to be my assistant for the duration of this checkup. Roger suddenly raised her hand. I wasn't planning on asking for volunteers, but now that you've raised your hand, I'll give you the floor. Don't ask me to do it. It's just not my vibes, you know. I'll take a researcher job, though. I'm a big fan of her style. Roger trailed off, greedily caressing the clothes of one of the researchers. What are you doing? I didn't really have you in mind anyway, but duly noted nonetheless. I would also like to refuse your nomination. The position of an assistant to Hohenheim implies that she said that the said assistant, when it comes to skill, inferior to the person they are assisting. Again, I didn't have you in mind either, but your compassionate expression of intent is nonetheless appreciated. I wonder who came up with this brilliant idea of putting two smartasses together to waste time pointing out each other's minor mistakes. If I were to talk about myself, I want to open by saying that I was a class vice president in school, a diligent model student who assiduously facilitated the task of the class president in... What's with everyone getting so anxious to get picked here? Do you fellas actually want to be his assistant? Getting in the front and center of things is just bothersome, you know? I kind of felt like I had to apply for the position for some reason. Well, the decision has already been made. Do note that the selection criteria is fully based on my subjective opinion. You there, orange hair sinner. Ishmael almost threw me to the ground as she confidently strode up to the front of the line. Ugh. Greetings, Mr. Hohenheim. As you must be aware, if you've taken a look at my documents, I've rarely let anyone down during my various tenures at office and associations. You'll have nothing to worry about as long as I'm by your side. Also, can I add this experience to my resume? If I'll ever get a chance to submit a transfer request to work at the headquarters. Didn't know you were still holding on to that rope. I called you on to ask you to move because you were standing in front of the sinner I chose. Dante. Oh, everyone turned around to look at Heathcliff, who was absentmindedly scratching at the bridge of his nose. Huh? Me? Huh? Me? It seemed that Ishmael was even more shocked than Heathcliff was. Wait, but why? I'm right here. Why didn't you pick someone like him? It is a certain common misconception among many researchers to assume that the higher their level of education and the more elaborate their resume, the better candidate one makes for a research project participant. But that's just common sense, isn't it? At least when it comes to research. However, were you aware that most great discoveries are made from a potent mix of spontaneity and intuition? A perfect descriptor for our friend here, I would say. What say you, Heathcliff? I believe that this aggressive and passionate approach of yours gives you more than sufficient qualification to command and lead them in my stead. Is that right? He replied, scratching his head. Be honest now, Yi Sang. You were kind of looking forward to getting picked, weren't you? It is but fate that things were once good in the eyes of the mainstream are to be made less desirable with the passage of time. And when one does indeed fall out of favor, the intelligentsia of the bygone days must rightly excuse themselves to the realm of memories and past. Yi Sang replied with a particularly downcast look. I am glad to have you on board as my new assistant. Righty-ho, so, what have I got to do now? Nothing too complicated. You only need to liberally express your free spirit just as you are now. Aha, now I see what he's doing. Hohenheim sure knows which one of the group to coax to make things go over smoothly. Martin whispered quietly at me in the voice only I could hear. I'm not gonna lie, it's interesting seeing someone try to butter Heathcliff up.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는
Oh,
순간에는
the
생각나지 않을
reading.
거다.
Oh, hey! I'm jealous. Heathcliff seemed eager to, as Hohenheim had suggested, express his free spirit to the best of his capabilities. Right, you there, get in line. Single file, lads. Let's make this easy for all of us. But aren't you also participating in the test with the rest of us, Heathcliff? Yeah, but I'm the assistant. When do you wear glasses? Why? That's funny. Why? They all have glasses. Glasses are basic apparatus of all researchers. Look, slightly pushing up the glasses helps you to put on the air of a studious, learned individual like so. Just like how slightly pushing up the frames of my glasses while wondering what to have for lunch makes it seem as though I am contemplating on something more profound aspects of life. Oi, let's not make this any harder than it's gotta be, lads. Snuff out that cig in your mouth. Been a while since I heard a pig squeal. Blimey, can't you just do as I say for once? Huh, he's actually pretty effective. It seems that we are now ready to conduct the tests, finally. The primary purpose of this test is to see on a physical level on how your current abilities scale compared to yourselves before your hiring. I see, so they're trying to see how much they've progressed since before they joined the company. I had a feeling this would happen, but the mere mention of the words progression caused a rather loud ruckus among the sinners. If I were to speak for myself, executive manager, I can confidently say that the thought of progressing as a person and in all aspects of life is ingrained into my very being. Thus, as a fruit of those efforts, I have grown to be much more precise and scathing in my critique of others' mistakes. Is that progress, though? Perhaps I have learned to let certain thoughts rest in favor of others. I once allowed myself to be trapped in overlong ruminations on worries of all manners, idly abiding as I was consumed by my very thoughts. Now I have come to accept certain things as they are. Ooh, and I've come to sometimes allow my mind to form bereft of rigorous reason, floating away gently as though on a rolling stream. Is that not quite pleasant? Ah, okay, I guess that is progression of sorts. I'm pretty sure I'm less of a picky eater than I used to be. My grip strength is much stronger too. Ooh, look, I think I'm getting calluses on my palms. Well, you don't really have to try to prove it to us, because the enemies we're fighting have been getting stronger too. That's an undeniable truth. We did experience a pretty spectacular year, you know. A brutal year, yet so potent with significance. True, I guess growth really does come with time, huh? Right? I feel like the bonds between us got a lot deeper. We've all grown closer, you know? Like glue. Like glue, huh? I like it. A certain misunderstanding seems to be brewing in tandem with this uplifting exchange of heart to hearts. Allow me to step in and nip it in the bud. Let me give it to you straight. All of your abilities were diminished the moment you were hired by this company. Equally defanged and depowered, if you will. Equally defanged? In other words, all of your abilities have been brought down to the... to the same general level as our 11th sinner here. Why am I your point of reference? If this is what you meant earlier by growing closer like glue, then I suppose it was quite the choice of words. Apt choice of words. Oi, take that back. I take it back. Not. So you're not really that much stronger than I am, huh? Wow, Sink, is that the sound of your sense of self-preservation shattering into the ether? That's it, you bloody... Excuse me, I need to know why that happened. Did we all get depowered because of the golden bow? Wait, does this have anything to do with those chains that appeared when we first entered into a contract with Dante? Indeed, one of the powers of a golden bow is a connection. You are now all fairly evenly and equally mediocre. Hohenheim's comment and the subsequent stare seems a bit targeted. Think of it as something akin to a coil-off deterrent employed by the Lobotomy Corporation. So, the truth is finally revealed. This is why I, Otis, grew so pathetically weak the moment I joined this company. Art thou implying that thou hast always known? Of course, had I been in my prime, I could have wiped the floor with you miserable doormats in a matter of seconds. You wipe floors with doormats? Man, we're all so prone to saying whatever once the burden of proof is gone, huh? So that's why my murderous arm has been quiet ever since they hired me. It didn't really have anything to do with my heart after all. Gregor. Oi, what's the use of all this chatter? What matters is that we've all been brought down to the level of the lad. But I got calluses on my palms. Yet not all of the Golden Bow's effects must have had been of detriment to us. Yusang started, carefully attempting to navigate through a conversation that appeared to be turning into a tinderbox. Was it not the advantages granted to us by the Golden Bow impaled in the pallid whale of the Great Lake, by which we triumphed? What? Really? Correct. Had the pallid whale been at its full strength, it is highly likely that we may still have been trapped inside its stomach, struggling to survive. Also, it can be said that the diminishing effect was not applied in equal measure across all affected subjects. That makes sense, I guess. I mean, I could never knock out Heath with just one punch if I was as strong as Sink. It's a real handy trick, you know. Additionally, certain individuals' quirks cannot be suppressed by the Golden Bow. Certain quirks that one may consider to be in individuals' idiosyncrasies. Oh, so that explained Ryoshu's impressive blade work with Mr. Bumbleback at T-Corp's factory. Heh, won't waste my breath boasting. You never do anyway. Well, if your strengths have indeed progressed since the onboarding, then the average must have risen as well. One of the purposes of these tests is to measure that very difference. Ah, welcome in, GTA. Dying. So what exactly goes into these tests? I know there's a district that uses a machine that can analyze most aspects of the subject with a quick scan. So is it going to be something like that? There are dozens, if not hundreds, of ways to determine one's abilities without the assistance of machinery. In fact, I know of a perfectly appropriate methodology for this group. A perfectly appropriate methodology? We spent some time out of our busy schedules to tailor a test for each sinner of the LCB. That was pretty tough, I'll have you guys know. Tailored tests for each sinner, huh? I don't really like the sound of that if you ask me. We will utilize the Pecatula and the Distortion phenomena. Huh, that doesn't sound much like some super innovative method you were building up to. What a letdown. This guy? Right? Honestly, for all their talk, I thought they'd come up with something more impressive than that. Assistant. Alright, that's enough chatter. Now get in there. The blue hair guy? This picture's funny. God. Allies with at least 50 plus HP. Oh, wow, we only get 2 sinners. Okay. I wish we could edit the other sinners. So if we're going against red, Pecatula, I guess I should get Sync. Or maybe even Blade Lineage. I could also go Dawn Office. What are you fatal to? Blunt. Hong Lu. What can I make Hong Lu? I guess this. Well, I guess Full Stop Office also works.
지위를 일인가요? 검 끝을 바라본다.
Let's see. First one's on the blocks. Heathcliff had already begun flipping through the papers in his hands. What an unfamiliar sight. Right, you and you in there. Inside, now. Heathcliff, the assistant, pointed towards Honglu and Sinclair. Hello, 1, 2, testing. Am I coming through? As you must be well aware by now, the Pecatula are entities that have failed to even distort. It seems like we'll be fighting the Pecatula again. Oh, right, I have a question. It's something that's been nagging at me the whole time since I arrived. Aren't these tests basically just us killing people for no reason? They're all safely contained, which means that they don't pose any danger to anyone. Why are they being such a bleeding heart all of a sudden? Oi! We've been slaughtering countless scores of these sods, so what's the hold up now? Yeah, but we didn't have any choice back then because we were on a mission, and... Do you believe that taking a life to live is unlike taking a life for the sake of it? I do? I understand it seems that human memory is, after all, made to be finite, save for a few exceptional individuals. People are prone to misplacing memories even from yesterday. So who are they, Dante? Who do you believe they are, this group you lead? Given the expected communication difficulties between us, allow me to make this a multiple choice question. 1. Family. 2. Friends. 3. Colleagues. I guess they're closest to colleagues? Yippee! Throw Habo into the city. Dante says free colleagues. Honglu was practically squished against the containment unit window, holding up free his fingers. He must have heard us talking. Incorrect. It's none of the above. The truth is that they are sinners, not family, not friends, not colleagues. Prisoners. I know. But the knowledge of something and the acceptance of it must be distinguished. I learned that people are prone to forgetting their places when the goings get easy, when life becomes comfortable enough for them to consider luxury of timely meals to be a certainty. Thus I find these reminders to be quite useful. These sinners bound to Limbus Company are still fettered by their chains and shackles. Naturally, they have no access to such a thing as the right to refuse. Or would it be easier for you to accept that fact if I were to suggest that you consider this but a mere extension of your responsibilities? I know they're sinners, but you can't talk to them like... translations are unnecessary. I think I get the picture of what was said, given the atmosphere of this room. Dante, when you agreed to their contract, you must have made a deal of sorts to gain something to your benefit, am I correct? Your memories, your head, and your past. There must be so much that you would like to know, and perhaps your desire to get them back is what stops you from simply quitting. What I mean to say with this little demonstration is that no one in this room has any right to grumble or refuse. Faust, is he usually... Yes, this is his usual demeanor. Hello, I know I'm not the one to talk, but you don't exactly have a lot of friends, do you? Those who rise above their peers tend to attract a certain degree of hostility from others. Now shall we begin? We are severely behind schedule. While the combatants do what they do, please pay attention to the following presentation about the Pecatula projected on this glass panel. This lecture has been prepared with the assumption that the students have an average level of knowledge, so if you consider this presentation to be boring or too difficult to understand, then you may consider your knowledge level to be below average. All this material seems quite elementary to me. Not sure what's so difficult about this. Yeah, save that for when the lecture actually starts. As you must already know, there are 7 categories of the Pecatula, and as far as I'm aware, the highest stage of Pecatula you observed was in stage 3. So far, at least. Wherefore didst thou utter a little muttering of "so far at least" at the end of thine words, good sir? Sharp. Well, it's simple. We researchers have a habit of avoiding absolutes in all things. Never say never, or so they say. So you're not ruling out the possibility that we might be running into Pecatula beyond stage 3, huh? Indeed. We prefer not to put down such arbitrary limitation. Anyway, the first type of Pecatula to be covered is Pecatula Irae, red Pecatula of wrath. The nature of fire is to burn and burn until there's nothing left to be burned. I see. They're quite literally burning with rage. Now that I think back on it, didn't you express something like that before, Sinclair? I remember you screaming so fiercely that you could hardly control your own body. On the other hand, I don't think I've ever seen you get angry or upset, Honglu. Haha, that's because the realization of meaninglessness extinguishes the reason for the spark to start a fire. Ah, that's ominous. Oh, I see now. No matter how much Heathcliff or Miss Otis bully me, expressing my anger at that is meaningless at the end of the day. Okay, I did enjoy it a little when I had to accidentally step on Heathcliff's toes, but... What? What exactly is the takeaway supposed to be here? Yes, that is exactly how it is. Oh, that's a lot of them. Oh, but we get six skill slots, so I don't mind. Okay. They roll a 1? Damn.
긴장하셨나요? 그럴 땐 크게 심호흡을 하면 도움이 된답니다.
Wait, okay, Sinclair, who are you fighting? Okay. Yippee! Thank you, Hayvale. Honestly, I probably should have gotten, oh no, this will work. I probably should have used Dawn Office Sinclair, but it's fine. Yeah, full stop Honglu was a good idea. Honglu isn't even tier 4, this is just tier 3. Oh, there's a buff on them! Well, I guess that's why they have 3 skill slots. Gain... Oh, that's not every turn start gain burn equal to turn count. Oh, we need to end this fast. Okay, gotcha.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
That is not a buff. Okay.
다음 목표로.
Okay, Sinclair, you think you can deal enough damage? Honglu's got that. Just in case Honglu can get a third one.
거기구나.
Ba ba ba.
이미 도달했다.
Yeah, go get him, Honglu. Oh, it's not enough to... Oh, it's enough to stagger, though. Honglu needs to reload, that's fine. Honglu reloading.
타겟 포착 1시 방향. 급소가 전부 꿰뚫렸네. 다음 목표로.
Nice. Oh, big boy. Favored. We got no egos, which is kind of sad, but I can do this. Okay, yeah.
거기구나.
Grab.
아직 모자라.
Oh, damn, a stagger on the first one. That was easy. Yeah, get him, Honglu.
의뢰비랑 보호수당에서
Very nice.
탄환값을 빼면
Okay, almost halfway. So I wonder who it's gonna be now. Okay. Let's go. It's Sloth. Let's go. Hammer? God. Do I want to use Sync or Blade Lineage? And then Edgar. 1, 2, 3.
사냥감을 찾은 건가?
해오던 대로 방송을 켜겠다.
Next up, you free. Let's get in there. Indoor voice will do, bud. We can hear you just fine without you shouting at the top of your lungs. Now, let us discuss Pecatula Pigrishite Sloth. Stones are sturdy, but that's all there is to them. They are directionless and unmoving, completely sundered to inertia. They are trapped in their current lot in existence until someone else comes along to roll them away. Truly, there is no better symbol for sloth than them. It is efficient to live within the bounds of rigidly established routines. So, this is interesting. Are they picking certain sinners because these sins represent them? I'm honestly surprised that Yi Sang isn't sloth. Maybe Gloom then? Getting lumped in with these two is making me real self-conscious all of a sudden. Like I'm just some lazy incompetent. Do not compare yourself to Faust, Gregor. Should Faust become the point of reference for one's competency, the overwhelming majority of the city's population would be deemed incompetent. I'll admit that I'm not the most diligent person in the room, but I'm taking back that comment about being incompetent. Check this out, fellas. I'm not that rusty just yet. Charging alone into the danger poses too late. This will be harder than expected. Let us provide assistance. Okay, I wonder if so if the last one was burn, is this gonna be like slowness? Okay, no, never mind. There's nothing on them. Okay. Gregor's got a lot of people on him.
탈출 개체 확인.
Boom. Damn, okay, my soul. Okay, Gregor.
이 전투에 명예 따위에 기대하고 있는 건 아니겠지.
Yeah, this is gonna be a breeze.
집중 중이다.
검나를 내게 바쳐주지.
탈출 개체가 정리되었습니다.
Bam.
탈출 개체가 정리되었습니다.
어떡.
Ba-ba.
여기가
Yeah, get him, Gregor.
승부처다.
Aww. Oh well.
검나를 내게 바쳐주지.
개체가 약화되는 것 같습니다.
Okay, Gregor. Du-du.
아딱.
Bang, bang, bam.
탈출 개체가 정리되었습니다.
좋은 결투였다.
You got one more wave? Oh, that guy's new. Oh, you're new. Okay. That's certainly a lot of rocks. Let's see what you're weak against, shall we?
겁나를 내게 바쳐주지. 여기가 뱃속이군.
Nice. We are not doing a lot of damage though. I really hope this shield would come out. And hit, inflict. Target has tremor against. After attack. Gain free shield. Yikes. Gain free protection. But... okay, he's weak to gloom and green. Okay.
내게 바쳐주지.
That's a yikes that he has free protection.
승부처다.
This might take a moment, actually. I do have egos. How much damage would this do? It could be a chunk of damage. Green. Oh, it's only neutral. That's yikes. That's gonna have to do.
탈출 개체 확인.
Yippee! Bang, 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 bang. There's like 8 coins. But then he loses all his sanity. Rip. We're getting there slowly. Gregor needs SP. On hit. I mean, I could dodge it.
탈출 개체 확인.
Oh, looks like we stagger it. I guess there was no point. Very nice. Ba-ba. Let's see who gets the lust resonance.
제 기존 범술보다 한층 더 향상된
There
기술을
is a
쓸수
turn
있을
limit.
거라 생각합니다.
Oh, within the turn limit.
시청자의 수가
There was a turn limit?
증가하겠군요.
And then this one's at 50 plus health. Defeat the enemies before they self-detonate. Alright, interesting. God. Do I want to go full stop or do I want to go rap? Probably full stop. But he retreats if he runs out of... Oh, welcome in the soap. I guess there was. Would this be, if I want to kill them fast... I guess I'm choosing what element they're weak to. Probably these two. I mean, then that means Blood Fiend. Honestly, bullets? Not a bad idea. If this was leveled up. 1, 2, 3.
피를 머금을 시간이네.
Australian man. Next up is gulai, gluttony. Roots of plants dig through the dirt in search of nutrients. What distinguishes them is, however, they are not satisfied with satiation alone. The roots continue to grow, seeking increasingly greater supply of nutrients. Hang on a minute, what's this? Heathcliff, after flipping through a few more pages ahead, looked up at Hohenheim and shouted, "Are we really going to do this song and dance for each and every one of these Pecatulum? Why don't we lump them together like how you've been paired us up sinners?" Ha! Running low on patience already. Only simpletons would make such a would make such a basic suggestion. And Otis is in there. It's standard protocol in case you weren't aware. I am also unhappy about this process, but sometimes we must swallow our own complaints and do as we're told for the sake of proper test results. You make a valid proposition. What? Very well. I also fail to see the necessity in fighting these Pecatula one by one given the busy schedule ahead of us. Your suggestion is accepted, assistant. Huh? What? Really? Aren't you the one who suggested it? If we didn't have to fight them one by one anyway, then why didn't we do this from the start? Because testing them one by one yields a more accurate result. Studies suggest that the margin of error may grow by 0.06% when testing multiple entities at once. I see, but I say the benefits of a smaller margin of error outweighs the convenience of lumping them all together. Why don't we proceed as planned? Bloody hell, just let it go, yeah? Yeah, Otis, come on. This is very careless, this is why. I think we can risk a 0.06% greater margin of error, right? Indeed, it is sometimes necessary to prioritize efficiency over the pursuit of perfection. I'll abide by the executive manager's judgment. Very well, then allow me to explain Pecatula morositas, gloom as well. Have you ever immersed yourself in deep waters? Quite easy to sink to the depths, no? However, the deepest one sinks, the harder does it become to rise again. The pressure suffocates you from all directions. No matter how much you thrash around, desperately looking for something to grab onto, all you find is futility, such as gloom. I suppose one of the few benefits of working for this company is that its constant motion gives no time for such emotions to drag us down, especially now that I have some level of confidence that they might actually keep their end of the contract. Ooh, sounds like a disagreement's brewing. Even after I've joined the bus team, I still feel like I'm floundering deep in some ditch, you know. Though I'm only here because I want to be here, but still. Are you sure you're in that ditch by choice? Maybe you just don't know how to rise to the surface again. Haha, I don't appreciate hearing that from someone who doesn't even know what I'm talking about. It's all ready now, in you go. You too, assistant. You aren't exempt from the test. Huh? Me too? Perfect timing. I've been getting a bit tired of all this mental exercise. Right then, let's wrap this up quick. I'm not sure if I picked the best team for this, but we'll beat it. Da-da. Wow, Otis is being targeted a lot, but it's fine. Huh. Let's try purple and try to get some more info. Before they implode... When do they implode? Is it the tier 3 that implodes then? Oh, someone's missing. Okay. I need to get Heathcliff some SP. Very nice. Oh, the abnormality has books. Okay, or whatever they are. I kind of want to read them. And what the status effect does. At 1 stack, inflict damage equal to this unit's current health against the enemy with the least health, then die. Reduced by 1. At 1 stack. Okay, so kill them quick. I kind of want to let Heathcliff get the kill, though, is the problem. Oh, well, that's a pain. Oh, well. So, what does green do? Gain heal boost. Gain 1 damage up. Ooh, that is bad. So, he'll kill them quickly. Oh, God, these guys are dodging. They have 2 stacks, so let's just try to kill one of these. Oh, welcome in, Naiva. We're just doing the intervallo. Well, I guess this isn't an intervallo, but we're gonna get our checkup real quick. Just wanna tell you how I'm doing. Gotta make you understand. Yeah, I get it, Heathcliff. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I thought that would kill them. Well, oh, well. Just wanna tell you how I'm doing. Ooh. That is a cool appearance, though. It's unbreakable. Yikes. That is a yikes. Except the one with the most SP. They all have the most SP. Okay. I'm guessing the one in the first turn order doesn't count. Oh no. If the target has less than 0 SP on a they lose 5. Nice. Let's do this. Offset that. Very nice. Offset. Perfect.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
Yeah, get him, Heathcliff.
수 없다면 직접 부활을 새겨주지.
Nice.
주라디아.
Okay, so we have two more turn. We have one more turn and then he dies? Is that what I'm reading correctly? The only person I can ego is Heathcliff. 17. David.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
Okay, let's try it.
모두가 너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
Okay, not bad, but I'm kind of concerned about this.
찢어 발긴다. 주라하니여.
기대해라.
Please don't tell me to implode. Okay.
고귀하게.
찢어
Yeah, get him, Heathcliff.
주라하니 비명을 질러라.
I can't hear the announcer very well, but...
끝인가? 정말 한 톨도 남지 않았나?
Alright, almost there. Do not take 10 plus hits during this encounter for each identity. Ooh! Ishmael and... That's... Who do I want? I should get people with dodge, but honestly... the person I want to put in. But it's better if I get dodge. Or even clashable Ishmael would be a good idea.
고래를 향해 주인놈 뜻의 헌팅 커틀러리 준비 끝.
Yeah, there's someone I could raid. Well, they weren't too much trouble. Next up, you two. Get in there. With Ryoshu, let's do this, I guess. S-T. What? She wants to switch teams. Really? Now? What's your problem this time, Ryoshu? Your dulled harpoon doesn't interest me. It's dulled so much that I doubt it can even impale that sickly nerd over there. I don't think she'll have too much trouble impaling Hohenheim. I'd rather much watch that blood fiend fight again. Thou speakest of me? That's tis quite the pickle. Oi, she wants to switch teams. Is that alright? Of course not. You heard the man. Let's go. Tisk. I'll admit that my harpoon's not as sharp as it used to be. And I'll admit that I've lost a bit of my edge since then. But we're all sailing on the same boat. I'm not going to hold you or anyone else back. I'm always ready to go back to razor sharpness when the need arises. I'm swapping you out as soon as you start making a fool of yourself. Lass, I thought I'd been clear enough on this. Switching teams ain't a thing. Pecatulum super beer. Ride. Hohenheim droned on as if bickering sinners didn't exist in his world. Wheels, symbols of technology and the vector of humanity's ultimate pursuit. The wheel in its boundless pride rolls on in search of the perfect circle. Something unconquered even by nature. Yet it remains uncaring for the flesh it rends nor the grass it tramples in its path. Isn't that just confidence, not pride? You can't get anything done by just sitting idly in place. One might even say that pride is but another name for your overconfidence. It oft claims trailblazers or those who have never tasted failure. Someone like you, Hohenheim? Well, that certainly is a perspective. Next up is luxury lust. Moving on just like that, huh? The meaning of peccatulum luxuriae lust is not exactly what it says on the tin. A more illustrative description would say that it is, yes, an obsession to spread a fragment of what forms the self, a desire to propagate, to breed. Of course, there is more to this concept than just that. While the word itself may be subject to interpretations limited to the carnal understanding, to share one's knowledge, one's ideas, to invite others into gaining the understanding of a sliver of oneself, you seek to express that such things are lust as well. Not bad. I always appreciate these discussions with the learned. There never is any dead air. Damn. Admit it, Heathcliff. All of that flew right over your head, didn't it? Why even ask? Unnecessary. Shut up and get in there. Only one targeting Ryoshu is you. A lot of them are targeting Faust, Ishmael actually. So, boom, boom, boom. They actually hit pretty hard. I'm gonna get hit once. Ugh. Because they're all targeting her. I definitely have to stop you. That's too much damage. Do they have books? On hit, inflict 2 additional bleed. When gaining poise, gain more poise.
전투응대에 나섭니다.
Ah, Ishmael.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
Nice. Okay, Ishmael, you already. I'm pain. Damn, that's a lot of damage. So, who do you want to go against? Probably the favorite one. That one. Let's go. 1, 2, 3.
저놈을 추적해.
Nice.
저놈을 추적해.
Well, we're getting the SP, but we're not really beating them that quickly.
즉시 꿈을 꾸러 가도록. 선원들, 나를 보호해라. 이 작살 필살의 집념이 담겨있지. 보았나? 저건 이렇게 진리해졌다.
Are you staying hydrated?
한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 쉴 새는 없다. 자, 선원들 나를 보호해라.
1, 2, 4, 5, 6.
총원 돌격. 즉시 꿈을 꾸러 가도록.
Oh, big boys. Oh, you have a counter. Fun. Well, at least one of you can dodge. Oh. Yikes.
전투 응대에 나선다.
1, 2, 3. Nice.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
This one. Oh. Well, at least she dodged. Oh, she did not dodge that.
선원들
Okay, hit
나를
5
보호해.
times. So. Boom. 13. Okay, and then we can just lay into it.
자, 저놈을 추적해. 잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 쉴 새는 없다. 즉시
Nice.
꿈을 꾸러 가도록. 선원들 나를 보호해라.
We can stagger it before it gets there.
총원 돌격. 잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을
Oh,
때까지
no tier
지금을
3. Well, that's a
반복한다.
little sad.
쉴 새는 없다.
Kind of wanted to see what a tier 3 would look like.
전투 응대는 성공적이었다. 나쁘지 않은 움직임.
Each unit defeats that has taken their
이제
shape
반쪽
once.
집안일로 돌아가지.
That's so specific. Okay. I'm guessing this is envy then. Yeah, let's go. Let's go Dawn. Oh, honestly, anyone for Yi Sang would be good.
책임은
관리인가 아니면 애도인가? 죽음 충동 억제, 관념 봉인.
Verily, nigh is the time for young Yi Sang and I to face the test. The nature of our trial shall take form as Petula Invidae. I assume that we all have a first-hand experience with static shocks. Oh, doth static shock have aught to do with envy? Anyone who's subject to both static shock and the envy of others must know that the latter stings in the same manner as the former does. I ill comprehend thine explanations. Ah, I see. To explain in plainer example, Miss Don Quixote, you have always been fond of and held great respect for the illustrious color fixes, am I correct? Verily, I should be second to none were my passion for them to be measured. Now imagine yourself at a convention of sorts, in which the said illustrious color fixers are holding an event to disseminate their autographs, and imagine that you are a part of the excited queue. Oh, indeed, I have mentally placed myself there. Proceed! Yet in great misfortune, the event comes to a close mere moments before you were to receive your autograph. Alack, for woe, fate playeth such cruel jest on my pitiful soul. Now do imagine what sort of emotion would you feel for the fellow fan who received the final autograph immediately before you were to receive yours. The chance was robbed. Well, it would be quite the jealousy burning within mine heart. A painfully tingling sensation in my... Oh? My. You certainly enjoy explaining things, don't you? I suppose all scholars are kindred spirits after all. You two, quit the chinwag and get in there. Verily, then onwards to a new adventure. Then I shall follow. Oh, whoa, we're fighting... Oh, Jesus Christ, she's fast. Okay. Oh, this is kind of a bit of a... Alright then. Favored. 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 It's all favored, so it's like, eh. Alright. Very nice. Oh no, I hope Yisang doesn't just kill Dawn. They need to kill their respective person. Ooh, okay, Yisang. Okay, Yisang. Jesus. Oh, we have another wave after this, actually. So... Yisang just destroyed himself. Alright, we got another pair. Ooh, W Corp. Oh, only once. I've already completed the objective. You don't even have charge, excuse me? On use. Damn. It's not even that strong. Favored. I guess we'll do dominating this. Boom. One of these needs to go there. Okay, so... Yisang dominates with just that. It's kind of crazy. Okay. Dawn, no! Okay, but not dead. Or staggered. Very nice. Yeah, get him, Yisang. I like these missions. They're pretty unique compared to the missions before, where it's just like, oh, clear the thing in a good time. There's 1, 2, 3. You can soften them up a little bit.
잠든 그대를 기릴 테니. 한자루는 죽었던 한자에 대해
We're almost there.
한자루는
The price of curiosity. Oh wow, it's everyone except Dawn. The price of curiosity. Wow, I'm actually kind of stuck for who I should bring. Let's be a bit funny. Let's get Poise and let's have a little bit of fun here. Let's try my Poise team. And let's try 1, 2,
피가 범람할 시간이요.
3,
지위를 받는 건
고래를 향해
5, 6,
이번 의뢰는 몇 발이나 들고 가야 하니?
사냥감을
7,
찾아
8, 9,
출정이군요.
10.
망설임 없이.
Alright.
부탁드려요.
The foundation that led to this disaster was laid by none other than Yi Sang, whose only sin was making an innocent, tragically casual comment. Sometime after we ran our final tests. Please vacate the room, people. Clean up coming through. Ah, apologies. Miss Don Quixote has ought to. Prithee, avail me but a moment. The shoelaces upon Roshinate have come undone. What? How? I remember tying like 7 different knots on your shoes. Ah, yet 'twere quite the hideous accessory to be forced upon Roshinate. I have tied one of them once again in the shape of a ribbon. Yeah, the knots didn't look that great. Ribbons are cute. Oh boy. Yet one must begin to wonder about the consequences of Miss Don Quixote freeing her feet from Rocinante at her present state. Whatever art thou suggesting? Rocinante is none other than mine eternal steed, bound to me by fate itself. None shall ever dare sever the bond betwixt us. It was a query posed toward Miss Faust, yet I appreciate your answer all the same. And Faust's reply was what set fire upon that rather combustible foundation. I cannot know. What? An obvious outcome given that no relevant data has ever been collected. Well then, no time like the present to get collecting, huh? Good thing we're in a lab too. Where else are we gonna get another chance to do that? This course of action is highly inadvisable. Yeah, sounds like a bad time to me. I heard all kinds of horrible stuff happen on that train the moment her shoes came off. Sure did. But twas but an independent decision called by Rocinante itself due to a certain extreme circumstances that had naught to do with mine will. Well, you know, potato. I was already quite aware that the core of that individual may as well lie in her pair of running shoes. Fie on thee! Thou shan't treat a person such as I like some useless shell. What if we slipped her shoes off and on again really quickly? The standards here at LCE department demand precise measurements. In other words, these tests would be meaningless if all we are measuring is a hollow shell. A hollow shell? We have indulged in your predictable provocations enough, Hohenheim. It seems necessary to remind you that you have not yet received the full report of what transpired during that incident. In other words, you are risking the occurrence of an unexpected event. You concern yourself unnecessarily. The construction of my laboratory boasts a rather solid build. Not even abnormalities on the more powerful side of things can puncture holes in its walls. Oh, very well. I will not force your hand, however. Due to your unwillingness, I am behooved to record as such in my research journal. Due to the concerned sinner's utterly terrified reaction at the prospect of having to remove her shoes, I must unfortunately leave only a half-complete test result here. Utterly terrified? Terrified? Ah, and for your information, these research reports are stored for at least a decade. Yes, we will have possession of a full record of your planned cowardice for at least 10 years. Outcome not available. Reason: subject was too scared to participate. After much contemplation, I have come to conclude that dearest Rocinante deserves of a moment of respite as well. And I, Don Quixote, shall demonstrate before thee that Don Quixote is still Don Quixote in her still without Rocinate's assistance. Are you sure this is a good idea, Faust? Hohenheim, if your employment at Limbus Company ever comes to an unilateral termination, I suppose the cause will be rather apparent. Your highly irresponsible level of curiosity. Not a good idea. Got it. That would be my greatest honor as a researcher. Hey, if anything ever goes wrong, Yisang will be on the ready to slip those shoes right back onto your feet at a moment's notice, Kay. I shall be on the ready. behold me not with such excessive anticipation, or there shan't be any new revelations here. Don Quixote begins to untie her shoes, seething. This 7-layer knot possess quite the difficulty, young Ishmael. Wherefore hast thou tied these cords with such unwavering tightness? I was hoping they'd be the last knot those shoelaces would ever tie. Of course. There we go. Rest thee well, Rocinante, for I... The sinners and I were all quite nervous, but none of us stepped forward to stop this experiment. Why didn't we stop this? Was it because we thought we knew removing Rocinante doesn't necessarily mean that she'll be losing control? Because we saw its effects on the warp train and at La Mancha Land? Or was it because we assumed that Rocinante was now just a disguise, and now that Don Quixote has accepted her past as Sancho, removing it wouldn't affect her psyche at all? Whichever was the case, it was a mistake to ignore that nagging feeling. These researchers don't know what facing Don Quixote, Sancho, the second kindred, is like. We do. Mother. Oh, mother. Oh, existence is death in perpetuity. Complete us. Fill our hunger. We pray unto you. Fill us with the blood of humans, with the blood of humans. The teeming, shouting voices suddenly begin to echo in my head. They're the voices of all the children he had embraced. Or perhaps this was the blood fiend's instinct given voice, imprinted upon them at the moment of their birth. Proliferate this disease, embrace this unending hunger for blood, and propagate the family. So many voices, so much yearning, so much desire. Every single kindred that has ever existed in the past kneels before Don Quixote. Oh, dearest mother, as your children, when shall we be permitted to quench this thirst for blood? I must drink blood. I have to drink all the blood that the family deserve to drink. I must. Dante, wake up! Ain't this a lot like the last time at the building when the fire on their head suddenly exploded? I gotta get a hold of myself first. My body can't even feel thirsty. This doesn't make any sense. I'm okay. I'm okay now. What did you see, Dante? If we want to bring Don Quixote back, we're going to need to quench her first, somehow. We need something to sate the combined thirst, the desire of every single kindred. That's not good. Do you keep any blood in here? Let's at least try to quench what's... yeah, we have some blood samples, if you need them. Damn it, have you been listening to what the executive manager's been saying? It's the combined thirst of every single kindred. A few blood samples aren't going to do anything. So you're going to sit here and do nothing? Ain't this just a matter of getting her shoes back on? Right, he sang. Shoes! Shoes! Get those shoes back on her feet. I cannot. A bizarre wall of pressure surrounds her. This is one luxury zig. Good flavor. I bought those luxury cigarettes with our last bonus pay. These readings are incredible. So much power. Even in this state, that is, for all intents and purposes, complete emanciation. What? You egged her on knowing this would happen? I had many outcomes in mind. Well, some were quite similar to this, but this is beyond even the most extreme of my predictions. How the fuck are you so calm about this? We've got to do something. You haven't even seen how hard the last hits. What would be the use of panicking now? Even if the outcome does not align with the predictions, the first course of action should be to analyze the given data. However, it doesn't seem like our containment measures will be the answer here. Thus, the task of stopping her seems to fall straight onto all of you. Time for us to pay the price of curiosity. Well, I guess we're fighting Dawn again. Oh, she's got her lance out. Okay. My yearning for blood, minus 35. Hard blood. Oh, that's a different sprite. Aw. Topple. Consume 20... Like 5 bleed. Gain yearning for blood. 2,630. Blood Fiend. My siblings call to me. My siblings call to me. Turn for every gain 1 offense up. Below 60%, gain hard blood. If panic, recover, consume 50, gain 30 bleed. Okay. Well, time to do some testing. Oh, that's a lot. It's Clash win. I I could make Massault lose against this. That would be pretty funny. If I wanna I don't want to waste bullets like that.
총원 불격.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Ow. Come on, Missile won? Missile, you weren't supposed to win.
해야 하는 감동적이지 않을 수 없네. TV에서 연기에 이런 구절이 있었지. 어디 보자.
Well, that's a good thing she didn't win, I guess. Jesus Christ. We can beat her. We can beat her, though. Oh, 36 sanity.
그 삶의 마침표를
완벽한 선택이었어 나니. 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군. 자,
Nice. Okay. I really kind of wish I brought a sinking team.
저들의 공격은 우리의 투지를 꿰뚫을 수 없을 테니.
Should I dodge? It doesn't matter. Even if I dodge that. Favored. 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 Dominating. Boom. 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 Dodge. Okay.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
Punch, punch, punch. Ah! Okay. Okay, Reissue got it. I kind of wish I had a little bit of sinking. God, that shield is heavy. Oh god, he's bleeding so much. Oh, Yisang staggered. How is Yisang not staggered? Excuse me? Oh, we got through the shield, that's good.
시야 확보. 쏜다.
Oh, dodge. Nice.
여긴 맡겨주세요.
I feel like I should be able to stagger here. 2, 3, 8. I would need to do like 60 damage. Does she have enough SP?
그럴 땐 크게 심호흡을 하면 도움이 된답니다.
10. Lose hard blood. That's good. Favored. I wish I had an ego to use. There. Ooh. I need sanity though. Nice. Nice. How is Yisang not staggered? Ah! Ishmael, no!
전열을 지켜라. 내게 관심이 쏠렸으니 너희가 공격할 기회는 더
Get him, Massault.
구속구가 나의 폭력을 저지하기엔 턱없이
That's kind of a shame. Ishmael does good damage.
선원들, 나를 보호해라. 두려워하지 마시게. 침 바르면 낫는다네.
Boom, boom. 2642. You know what, Heathcliff, use your bullets.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
I probably should have grabbed someone with a healing ego.
자, 동료들이여, 자세를 갖추고 저들을 맞이하세. 우리를 가로막는 저 시련을 해치우고 끝나지 않는
Okay.
모험을 향하여.
This is a yikes. Ishmael's not good against any of these.
사격 개시.
Oh, Heathcliff, let's go.
한 점만 노린다.
Ooh. Okay.
자,
Oh, Ishmael rip.
야, 전열을 지켜라. 내게 관심이 쏠렸으니
Nice,
너희가
Ryoshu.
공격할 기회는 더욱 많아진다.
Oh.
자,
Oh, that's not good.
자주 수인가.
자, 야,
Oh, the animations are so cool. That doesn't help him getting my ass kicked though.
이스라엘이다.
Oh god.
나는 여기서 내가 그대를 기억하겠네.
Oh, fun.
그대를 기억할 것이네.
Oh, this one clashes. That's good.
용맹하게 싸운 그대여, 곧 되돌아올 것을 고대하겠네.
고귀하게.
I really needed someone with sinking. Jesus Christ.
모두가 너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
I'm surprised Ryoshu won that. Not Ryoshu, Rodya.
머리가 금속으로 내가 믿고 앉았어. 끝나 시작해. 끝나 시작해.
Ow, ow.
어버이시여, 당신은 이러한 난관에서 어떤 선택을 했을까요?
She's already at hot blood free.
이런 걸 겪었던 분이 아니시지? 자, 아직 끝을 모르는 법이네.
They're not even fast enough to hit anyone. Yours are gonna bleed out. Actually.
사격 개시.
차!
Oh, nice dodges. That's not a nice dodge.
어버이시여, 당신은 이러한 난관에서 어떤 선택을 했을까요? 이런 걸 겪었던 분이 아니시지? 자, 아직 끝을 모르는 법이네.
I should do this. You're not targeted by anything? Come on.
검나를 내게 바쳐주지.
Okay. Well, Ryoshi lost. That was my way to reduce her heart blood gone.
챙겨야 하는데.
Actually, what is Dawn weak to? I should take note of that before I die.
산수 수인가.
The dodges are good though, when they hit, that is. How did you win? Excuse me?
저였나 보군요.
We get a good initial burst of damage, but I need like a sinking dodge team. And Poise team is not it. Oh wow, Gloom's actually not that effective, but Pierce is good.
이런 걸 겪었던 분이 아니시지? 자, 아직 끝을 모르는 법이네.
Hopeless. That's fun. Terminado. Clash win. It is an AoE. Hopeless. Struggling. I don't think we can stagger. No.
검나를 내게 바쳐주지.
Oh, hey! We did it somehow. We got her just low enough. That was such a bad run. I should be using a sinking team. So I can get her sanity lower. Then just clash easy, but I must have to be the mother to all of them. The families first. It's... No, my lady. You needn't be the mother of anyone here. You are a sinner. Nothing more. Ah, Julius! Oh, come on! Oh, no, they cut it off! Sad. Oh, that's so sad they cut it off. I will not place the blame of this incident on anyone, Dante. I understand that no one could have expected this outcome. Oh, he's got blood all over him. Given the dearth of intelligence regarding the binding tool to the first kindred had gifted to the third sinner. Well then, I hadn't had that much first-hand experience with watching Virgilius fight, but this was certainly the most exhausted I've seen him after a fight. I decided to say nothing and turn the clock. After some time passed... Don Quixote? What happened? Did you lose consciousness, or did something affecting your memory? Manager Squire, my memories were fine. But there were... I heard something as soon as I removed my shoes. Voices, right? Once again, you have witnessed me. Yes, the voices. So many voices. Voices? The voices of my family. But the blood fiends of La Mancha Land are all... Sinclair trailed off. Every single blood fiend left inside La Mancha Land was killed when the amusement park collapsed. In other words, most of Don Quixote's lower kindreds were dead. That is correct, but I cannot well explain how. The only way I might explain this is that it was as though my very blood remembered them still. I recognized some of them, and some were voices of those I once deeply cared for. It seems that I was against my own desire, made to ascend to my father's seat. Perhaps I always was ever since then. And I was struck not only by my own first, but the combined first of every single one of the children. First. Indeed, I am also bound by that first. It is only natural because I am a blood fiend. Thus the pressure of it all broke my hold of sanity, and I hurt you all, as Don Quixote the blood fiend, a higher kindred, not as Don Quixote a sinner and your friend. Don Quixote, this isn't your fault, it's... No such words are now meaningless. She looked down at her pair of shoes, their strings again neatly tied. The higher office will now be regularly supplying you with artificial blood packs. Hohenheim approached us after spending a while vigorously scribbling something in his notes. The blood substitute will be very similar to real blood in terms of composition and won't have any issues with supply. I don't suppose you actually believe that mere willpower would be enough to withstand this urge. I have done quite well suppressing it thus far. Indeed, and that was precisely the wick attached to the ticking time bomb within the LCB. Must I remind you that the soundness of this limiter of yours is quite tenuous, as today's events have demonstrated? Is your implication that the purpose of conducting this reckless experiment was to determine the full extent of this latent danger? I don't know. It seemed like he was only in it to sate his curiosity. Call it merely the auspice of opportune convenience. The risk factor had to be measured sooner or later. Had I known the full extent of the danger she posed, I would have immediately requested a forceful summoning of your department. Of course, as large as this void of unknowns was, we were able to fill it with much new information. Certain analyses can be drawn by comparing the reports regarding blood fiends in this very experiment. Let us discuss the first you experienced first, for example, the combined desire of every lower kindred. Indeed, it is true that managing kindreds have been completely eradicated due to the events at La Mancha Land, but you still heard the voices of your children, yes? What are you trying to say? I aim to discuss the powerful binding force contained within blood. LCD's cooperative report explains that blood is not merely a carrier of nutrients, but something more than that. It contains certain abstract values as well. We sent in a complaint that the report was far too vague in its wording, and we received a reply their on-site investigative reasoning team leader spat out, the contents of which were equally fascinating. This desire of their kind, this thirst, is something that may as well be imbued and imprinted on the familial bloodline. Normally the weight of that thirst is far too heavy for any individual to bear, which is why they propagate, to bear the unbearable burden together. But considering that all of that desire is now focused onto an individual on account of the extinction of her entire family line, it is easy to see why her hold to sanity was so easily broken, no matter the strength of her will. She alone was made to bear the responsibility, the pressure, the duty of having to raise the family once again. And because none of those needs are currently met, there comes the endless exacerbating first, and more first. It is quite fascinating to see how your kind preserves these very abstract values in the physical form of blood. The mere words first does quite the insufficient job of describing the intensity with which you have lost control. This was my oversight, I must admit. I do respect your efforts to be liberated from your nature, I truly do. But I also maintain that it is highly advisable for you to regularly consume the provided blood packs. Understood. But one day I wish to dismount from Rocinante and walk bare feet and feel the earth under my own skin. I was able to establish one positive fact from this exercise, however. What might that be? that there are those who would quite literally throw their lives on the line to stop you, even if you were to take off your shoes. In other words, I don't believe it to be necessary for other departments to exercise any separate control over you. Well, now that I've had a first-hand account of your conditions, I'll write the following in the report. Still quite an unstable yet, with the effort from the subject herself and efforts from various other environmental factors, this subject has been deemed sufficiently controllable. Once again, I do respect your efforts, or any kind of effort really, because I've never had much use for it myself. Don Quixote took a deep breath, then turned to face the sinners. By then her eyes had regained their usual softer look. But sorrow was seeping through the tone of her voice. Despite her theatrical manner of speech returning, her tone reminded me of the time at La Mancha. My deepest apologies, dearest friends. Forsooth, I shall ever persevere to see that Rocinante. My shoes are never to be removed again. Lass, you're looking at it all wrong. You're going to remove those shoes one day, yeah? And that's what you're going to persevere towards. Verily. I think she let out a brief, quiet laughter. Ah, Manager Squire. Perchance is there aught that thou concealest from my knowledge? What do you mean? I don't think so. It's no coincidence that at this very moment I noticed Faust looking in my direction. I don't know if I made the right choice here, but Faust nodded lightly as though to say that I did. I stopped hesitating and the tick-tocking noise came to a stop. Verily then, very well then. However, I cannot help but admit that I felt some degree of anxiety as I watched Don Quixote walk away as though nothing had happened. Ah, it's so good! Right, it's just like, compared to what I was doing earlier in the other gacha, it's like, we've had the build-up, we've seen their story, we've spent more than enough time with Dawn. It feels good. So when things take a bad turn, I am emotionally invested. It also... Well, now that that's done over and done with, I would like the sinners to come gather around here. Hohenheim placed the sinners in a single file before him and began. Now, the regular checkup is complete. We finally have enough data to compare your pre-employment statuses to those of your current selves. Which means, indeed, we were able to measure your pre-employment combat capabilities as well. Oh, and what are your conclusions? Allow me to preface this by saying that there isn't much significance in establishing this particular hierarchy of power on a linear scale. Like I said, you're all equally mediocre at the present anyway, and... Oh, there's plenty of significance, alright. We've all gotta know who's the big boss. While this is but a speculation of the worst case scenario, we must know which one of us has the most right and authority to lead the rest of the sinners in case our executive manager becomes, due to some unknown yet inexorable circumstances, unavailable. Hey, that's... I don't listen to anyone weaker than I am. What if there was a reason I was the first one asked to introduce himself? There was a burgeoning interest among the sinners to see which one of them would be at the apex of the scale. Were they to be measured by their strengths prior to their employment? Hey, maybe before I lost my memories, even I... Dante, don't. It is interesting how every collective has the desire to get the clear picture of the pecking order. A negative expression of this desire may even lead to juvenile behaviors among children, for example, stealing their colleagues' lunches for meager reasons such as scoring higher than they likely did on a test. You're not speaking from personal experience, are you? Thus, I believe that trying to conceal the outcome of the test from you would be quite meaningless. Each of your placements in that line you are standing in signifies that very order you were so curious to know. I do not wish to waste any more breath on this subject. There was a long silence. Wait, so is Yi Sang the strongest? Then the sinners all simultaneously turned to look at the person standing in the frontmost position of the line. Interesting. This has to be the longest, most awkward, most loaded silence I've ever felt in my life. Hmm. Much did I wish to hold shrouded in my fathoms, yet I yearn still to convey that we are all more than meets the eye. Yet there remains a certain abundance within my heart. Perhaps the tests of this day paint a picture of both my qualities. Thus spoke I, Yisang. Yisang? I will place trust in the faith that all of you shall one day sprout wings as I have. Yisang, it's the other way around. Okay, so it's not Yisang. Ah yes, the line was made from my point of view. Rip Yisang! From here, the sinner wielding that oversized lance is the one at the front of this line. Okay, that makes more sense. Well, you said some cool words though. We got this, right, Yisang? Well, this is quite the bashful occasion, to be the center of such fervent attention of one such company. I wouldn't say fervent is the right word. Worried, maybe? I shall be vigilant. No one seemed to have any objections or doubts about who is the strongest sinner was given the earlier event. 1 second. For it appears that it would be best if we left the command to Ishmael as we have done so far. Otis mumbled through gritted teeth. Forsooth, I am in agreement. I am more partial to the roles as a defending fixer or a squire. 'Tis oft the case that all such side characters enjoyed greater popularity since the immemorial. Very happy to see that the discussion is not coming to blows. Now, are we all ready to move on from this? Wait a minute. Aren't we all forgetting something pretty important? That's just how the world works, Greg. No one remembers anyone between the first place and the last place. I even forgot my own placement in the order. No, I mean... Fellas, I wasn't even a part of the list. Oh, were you not? Who cares, mate? There's 12 of us. Some people just fall out of the radar. Big deal. Let's just get over one with it. Hey, you can't just disregard me like swatting away a fly. I guess somewhere around my level probably. Or Heathcliff's. Ishmael replied in a voice that had clearly lost all interest in this discussion. Ah, you're the sinner of that bizarre insectoid arm. We had no choice but to place you in the least favorite category of all the researchers. Rip Greg. Exceptions. You say they really hate that, huh? In other words, oh, it's all the research. They don't like exceptions, not because he's a bug arm. In other words, you are a unique case that cannot be well placed in a list or scale. To do so would be irresponsible. Oh boy, Greg, your mom is up to something. I'd say you carry a certain potential. That, potential, is it? Does that mean I could also be in first place if all goes well? It could very well be the reverse, given the definition of potential. Let not this query harrow your mind, Gregor. Your day will come. Feels funny getting consoled by the guy who plays last. Yippee! I think the last two are probably just grind. The last one's definitely just a grind for the event. Okay, one more. After some time passed, next we must discuss the classification numbers. We have been assigning risk levels for distortions just as we have for abnormalities. The observation logs you have written for us were of great help, of course. Greg is probably the one of the oldest on the bus. My researchers struggled to parse the handwriting of certain sinners, however, but it was good data all the same. We once had a 3-hour debate over a letter. Even that bloody governess gave up on trying to fix my handwriting. Heathcliff grinned proudly and wiped the side of his nose. As you must all be well aware, the current system of classification numbers has a rather significant oversight. Because abnormalities were creations of the former L-Corp, our classification system has to be lifted whole from their system. However, the criteria by which the former L-Corp measured the risk levels was the amount of their energy production. As a correlation of sorts, it was often the case that the more aggressive abnormalities produced more energy, but their destructive capabilities were not a part of the criteria, despite the correlation. That is why certain abnormalities were assigned relatively lower risk levels, despite their potential to kill even multiple higher ranking employees. They were an energy company at the end of the day. Makes sense that their priority would be to measure the energy output. However, here, both abnormalities and distortions must be suppressed via direct confrontation. Thus, the former L-Corp's classification system is rather incongruent with our purposes. I once had heard someone say that we should be wary of people who drone on and on in the intro. Thus, it became necessary for us to reorganize the distortion's risk levels and classification codes. Wow, how interesting! So whose job is that going to be? I am rather taken aback by naivety with which you asked me that question. Us. It's us. Sinners without the right to refuse, was it? Wait a sec, aren't you just offloading your own work onto us? A privilege given to researchers. Oi, don't be so ignorant, yeah? This is all just to, in order to research the distortions, right? We gotta... The other way around, assistant. We've gotta do research into distortions in order to solve them better. It's elementary shite. Hohenheim's really got you wrapped around his finger, you know that. According to the LCD on-site investigative reasoning's team leader, the progression of a distortion is much like that of a disease. The fate of an abnormality awaits at the end of the distortion phenomenon, after all. When a distortion progresses into an abnormality, all pre-existing individuality is erased, replaced with the totality of an abnormality. Thus, it is impossible to bring back a distortion that has already transformed into an abnormality. It will no longer have that reversibility they once had in the distortion phase. So a distortion like that Time Ripper fella will eventually become an abnormality too, if left untouched. If you are referring to the subject HE7PI2001, then yes. This is simply a prediction, of course. Because that particular subject isn't contained here, I cannot say with absolute certainty that its progression into an abnormality will be observed. A correct assessment. Oh, didn't Limbus Company collect the Time Ripper? We hoped we would, but T-Corp was very adamant about their claim over the entity, to the point where they refused to even sit at the negotiation table. I found their time-ripping ability quite fascinating, but sometimes I must know when to cut my losses, I suppose. Wait, so that something is the new classification code format? Indeed, because it is difficult to identify and observe the origin and shape of a distortion, we decided to forego that information and instead replace them with their sin affinities and the expected damage scale. Sin affinities, PI must refer to Pigrecia sloth. It appears that the classification now mimics the classification of the Pecatula. They do indeed follow the same thought process, if we're being technical here. I wouldn't say it mimics it. It would be more accurate to say that as the Pecatula once at the origins of the distortion phenomena and its byproducts, the affinities can be transferred one to one. What's the expected damage scale? Combat capability, I'm guessing? I remember them saying the risk levels were determined based on the ecophalin production rates, which is not the most meaningful information to us who have to fight them directly. It was a tad inconvenient to put a nebulous idea like combat capabilities into a singular numerical scale of power. Certain entities have idiosyncrasies and variables that make such a linear measure quite meaningless. So instead, we decided to measure the expected amount of damage that Limbus Company personnel might suffer should they engage these entities in battle. While this Time Ripper poses very little threat against the sinners due to your idiosyncrasies, the unique nature of their weapon means they can immediately deal a nigh-fatal blow to anyone from LCC department with a single strike. That is why this distortion was given a rather high expected damage scale of 6 from a scale of 1 to 10. Please do know that this is not a perfect system and these values are only there as references. Will this standard be applied to abnormalities as well? We have plans to do so, yes. Risk levels and expected damage scales will be coming before their classification codes. Speaking of which, I have something to show you all. What is it? What else other than the monolith, one with the highest potential values among Limbus Company's businesses? Thus, the development of transportation management and processing methodologies of the monolith is a glowing achievement indeed. The artifact, by its very nature, poses a great threat. I hesitate to embrace its use so willingly. A great danger? But wouldn't you say that we are beset by danger at all times? The arbitrariness in deciding how dangerous something is comes from the degree to which it poses a risk. As you must already know, the monolith here is a device that can force a distortion. It is scattered throughout the city just like the golden bow at first, only in possession of the fingers and the syndicates of the backstreets, to now being collected by companies both large and small and nameless, like a plague. We also learned that they have become rather high priority targets for some wings out there. As luck would have it, we managed to begin our research expedition and collection of the monolith much earlier than the others. Now we are already at the stage in which we may partake in the processing and the sales of these artifacts, expanding our business ventures. You could say that we are narrowly avoided the very unsavory fate of having to tussle with the wings for the possession of these artifacts, because we may have had to confront the wings directly were that the case. Asking out of pure curiosity, what would happen if we were ever assigned a city threat level? I'm dying. Iffy! Ishi, how about we don't ask questions we don't ever want to find out the answer to? I mean, what if we, due to some contractual shenanigans, end up going against the associations? I think it'd be a good thing to know ahead of time, just in case. Seems like a question worth entertaining to me. Let's see, from Canard to Soft City. I suppose your assignment will be somewhere between Urban Plague and Urban Nightmare. Not Star of the City yet, are we? It almost sounds as if you want to be given a threat level. It is true that you, upon first sight, due to your revival powers and the potential of the identity technology, may appear to pose a rather troublesome risk. However, you have a very clear and obvious weakness. Indeed, all of our advantages would be moot upon the manager's death. Hohenheim slowly turns around to look at me, prompting Faust and the other sinners to follow suit. What if we protected them, though? I am impressed by your very optimism given the kinds of enemies you have faced thus far. We don't even need to go far back in time to discuss the incidents within the fixer Siegfried or Big Brother Ricardo I read from your reports. Should the third sinner suddenly seek to attack the manager with her full might, do you truly believe that the rest of you would be enough to protect them? No. The flow of this world is that the manager will be preserved, that no such thing may come to pass. That's enough, Hohenheim. Any further divergence and Faust will open a disciplinary committee to discuss the consequence of your careless words. Not there yet, are we? Very well. Whichever is the case, you do have the potential to become a star of the city threat at some time in the future. But do remember that it would be best if you could avoid that unfortunate designation. Yes, it is, Havel. And please don't forget that it is only true so long as you have the Limbus company's backing. Ah, boy. Suppress the dungeon. Wait, there's a dungeon? During you being a dungeon. There's a dungeon? Oh boy, I don't know what to bring. Okay, I'm just gonna take a break real quick. I will be right back. I'll get water, all of that. You should also take a break. Yippee! Okay, I'm back. Final stretch of this. Let's do it. Oh, it's a good idea, but it would be fun if we brought an LCB team, actually. The problem is LCB doesn't really have a lot of how do I say this? Synergy? Ah, if we had the new identities, that'd be fun. There would definitely be a pain. Actually, let's see. Can we grab Yisang? We can grab Yisang. We could also get the 20 pools and try to get Faust. Yeah, we're gonna have to wait a week at the very least. Unless we pull. But I won't pull, sadly. We could grab Yisang. Yeah, I'll grab Yisang.
아, 그대. 잠시 쉬고 가지 않겠나?
I'll read, Should I read it now or later? God, Yisang's skill names are so long. Ah, it's been a while. Okay, I'll read it later. Maybe in the Discord then.
못 본 척하고 있어주게. 곧 탈출한 환상체가 이쪽에 관심을 보이면
He does look very cool. Ah, the idiosyncrasies. Yeah, we have someone we can raid. That's good. Let's complete this dungeon. We've been streaming for 4.5 hours. Ah, pain. I don't think there's gonna be any more story, so I'm pretty satisfied with ending the stream here. But let's just do it. Let's go to the bottom. I guess I want to bring this Yisang. Even just as a background? What does this Yisang do? Does he do Rupture? Allies with the gain 2... That's kind of, It's really interesting, because an ally with the least health is killed. Huh. You kind of want to throw him in there, let him die, and then, like, switch out for a stronger unit, which is really funny. I guess we're going with a Rupture team. Okay. Rupture. Cree. I could stream next month if there's more Limbus content. This says technically Rupture. It's weird. One ally, they inflict 2 Rupture. That's so random. It's better to get like a green buff. None of these are good, actually. I guess that one. I guess Roger can do the... That's actually a really good idea. Roger can, like, switch out. Rhyme Shank is so good, though. Okay. Sinclair. Oh, wow. I did not rank up Sinclair.
쓰기 싫었는데.
I'm probably just gonna use him as a support, but hey.
모두 전원.
I kind of want to keep Yi Sang on the screen here, but it's fine. I've read Sinclair's story on another person's stream, so I'm fine. Otis, do you even have Rupture? You do have Rupture. One fix to targets with Tremor. I don't have Tremor. Alright. Let's do this. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess I could upgrade Dawn just in case.
투입합니다.
Don't worry, we're not gonna use him. Oh, there's more story! Okay. We are almost done with the regular checkup. Finally, we have a chance for you to overcome an adversity based on what you've learned thus far. And for me to prove my hypothesis. What hypothesis is he talking about? No need to worry, my hypothesis had never been wrong, most of the time. This experiment is entirely made of my own design and supervision. And I will faithfully follow my own pure curiosities and instincts as a researcher. Guys, I have a feeling we're not gonna like where this goes. Now, do you see where this monolith here? Yep, I do. That's a monolith, alright. But, don't you worry. My researchers will be the ones to activate the artifact. Activate the artifact? Not on you. Relax. I understand that none of you would be willing participants to this experiment. I swear, if you're gonna force us to distort saying that we have no right to refuse or something, I'm gonna... Yeah, hang on, I can't let you do that, even as your assistant. Yes, but if you must, we are willing to send the weakest sinner among us for... Forget I said that. That was foolish of me to say. I will be the subject of the experiment myself. Oh! You're going to distort yourself? Am I hearing you right? Aren't you curious to see what kind of distortion you'd end up becoming? I'm sure this is a question you have all entertained at least once. No, I ain't. I ain't curious. It ain't a very pleasant experience either. Stop gritting your teeth like that, assistant. It'll have an adverse effect on your long-term dental health. He's probably not gonna die. We're gonna fight him and then undistort him. What if you just end up turning into a Pecatulum? You could end up becoming a Pecatulum, just another one of those fodder we slaughter our way through for tests earlier. You're risking that? It is indeed a possibility. It would signify nothing more than my very own limitations. Just a mediocre shell. If such an incident comes to pass, these employees would transport me to a containment unit. We even made a bet on what kind of Pecatulum I would turn into. He bet on Goulet, I on Invide, and her on Pigurche. But how could you think about it like this? If I were to become a Pecatula, it would be akin to losing at a game of chance. Of course, with what counts as a loss may depend on what I, at that precise time, consider to be losing, but the mere fact of turning into a Pecatulum relieves me of any value to life. I'd say he was being too hard on himself, but that felt too simple an expression to describe his tone. This company would most likely attempt to transport me to a containment unit, but I disagree with that decision. I would like to ask you to dispose of me on the spot. I am well aware that I'm not the kind of congenial person who earns others' favors at first meeting, if at all. I also don't believe that our brief relationship has been the most amicable kind. Therefore, I see little reason why you would hesitate to cut me down. I would believe so, but we'll see. Of course, sinners with gentle hearts like this young Sinclair here may express certain distaste against this decision. But once I become a Tekatulum, it may as be well that Hohenheim, the entity, has ceased to be. So I hope no unnecessary emotions like guilt clouds your judgment in killing the Pecatulum, a mere byproduct. Oh hey Astral, yes, it is the event. But what if something unexpected happens? We're talking about your life here. Don't you have any manuals with backup plans or... This is a very simple matter. Nothing more than a coin flip. Heads or tails. It appears that you are still insisting on your absurd 50-50 theory. I am a researcher who wishes to humiliate the field of mathematical statistics, unlike the general lay of the academia. I believe there is a certain romanticism to research. It is much more exciting to run as many tests and gain as many samples as we can than to be stuck behind a desk, poring every day and night over books and paper, isn't it? If it's tails, then you may dispose of me immediately, and the employees here will take care of the rest. Don't forget to destroy the key inside that coat pocket and the files inside my cabinets, for example. Yes, we remember. If I were to successfully distort, we would be halfway to success. For the first time, I am feeling quite the envy for you all. I wish I could be a witness to my very own distortion. Huh. If you've been paying attention to my lectures, perhaps you could even come up with a classification code for my distortion too, going by the standards we have discussed earlier. Not that I have a very high expectation that you would. I've recently come to a realization that people nodding along to my words is not a signifier of comprehension, but instead an expression of societal niceties. Nods? Then the manager here will open the entrance to my dungeon of the fathoms, and you will progress through the mirror dungeon as you have always done when facing a distortion to reach into its deepest fathoms to face my distortion once again. I wish you all the best of luck in your suppression efforts. Hexa section. And once you've made it that far, it is likely that you will find me unconscious, or if luck would have it, conscious. Unconscious? Are you sure this is safe? A degree of case-by-case variance is to be expected. It may take some time for full recovery, but it will happen should you succeed. That reminds me, that's how this bamboo-hatted Kim was brought back as well. Oh, we brought him back? Bamboo-hatted Kim, he's recovered. He is safely contained within our facilities. It seems that they are ready to activate the monolith. And I am confident that I, even as a distortion, will be quite the exceptional specimen. Hang on, just like that? You're not a Pecatulum. Indeed, and I can still hear them. Oh boy. Yes, I remember. I still do. I know he'll be back, but gosh, this is pretty unnerving. Don't worry, we'll bring him back no matter what. The manager says that we will bring him back no matter what. Sure sounds like a dependable sort, this manager of yours. Very well. Please take a look at this. Is this a note? Did he write us tips on how to do this or something? He says that all of you have to do is read what's on the note in front of his distortion. Apparently it's some kind of a code. I don't think he'll hear anything but ticking noises from me. Can you read this, Masoud? It will be done as you commanded. Masoud nodded, then began to read the words from the note aloud. Lobotomy Corporation, 5 minutes, potentially. Anticipation. Right hand. The moment Masoud uttered them, the all too familiar portal began to appear around Hohenheim's distortion as though they were a key to a door. Lobotomy Corporation, 5 minutes, potentially. Potentiality, anticipation. Scattering shards of a familiar yet alien sights appeared immediately beyond the shimmering veil. Hohenheim had already entered the portal as we stood there gawking, but we could still hear his voice echoing through the laboratory. I suppose I'll be forced to share my past here. The past I never wanted to share. The past no one cares to learn about. It is something I must endure for the sake of this experiment, however. I need to expose every little detail of it. It's all in the past now anyway, isn't it? Did he used to work at Lobotomy Corp, maybe? Is to reach the bottom floor. Yup. I'm guessing, is it one floor? Hohenheim's Fathoms. We're staring at the point of the dungeon of the Fathoms. We have found if you score below 100% synchronized or inactive, take only a single ego from here. And ominous warning signs. All sinners take a look, but ego gifts. What? These ain't ego gears. These are them gifts or something? It appears that ego are manifesting in the shape of ego gifts. Can we just take them all? This is a dungeon of the Fathoms. As it differs from the usual mirror dungeons, it is highly advisable that its rules are followed. What should we do? Oh, rupture, burn, keywordless. Take the cleaning solution spray. Take the combat boots. We'll take this. On clash win with a bait that inflicts rupture, potency, or count. Okay. On hit if Kami does not have rupture. If a skill has 3+, gain 2 additional offense level. Okay. Let's go middle. Oh, we got story! Who should I send first? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's kind of weird because Yisang's kind of meant to perish. On death, inflict floor rupture. So it's kind of good that he's low level. Because I can just let Yisang die and apply rupture. Oh! Wait, no. What's going on with them? Good, it appears that I can censor these with my own will, at least, to a degree. Your mission here is to classify my distortion, reach the end of this dungeon of the Fathoms, and bring me back. Your mission, however, does not involve digging into my past. It appears that we have a passing familiarity with this place. You, us, what is it that they seek to convey? I don't believe any level of proper communication will be feasible given that you are in a dungeon of the Fathoms. Well then, do something about it! I regret to tell you that the setting of this dungeon is out of my hands. Had it been up to me, I would have manifested a place that was much more fascinating than this. Like that library if they would have every book in existence. You used to work for the Lobotomy Corporation? One of my past careers, yes. Us. Diplomacy did not seem to be an option here. The censored people brandished their weapons threateningly and stood in our path. Looks like we're going to have to take them down if we want to make any progress here. Can't be helped. Let's get ready for a fight. Ah, boy. Is it wagering? No, it's just censored. EW. Target does not rupture, deal SP damage. Let's rupture. It's your something now. At less than reuse the coin once. At on hit heal 5. Oh no, this is Dawn's ego gift. This is Dawn. Okay, so combat start. Gain 1 protection. Yeah, it's Lantern. Wait, Lantern? After attack is I staggered. Raise this unit's max health? This unit failed to hit its rain min and max. Oddly uncanny Lantern. Gain 1 fragile for every target is an attack this turn. Attack weight +1? Oh, it's a normal fight. I thought this was gonna be a... Jesus Christ. Okay, that's gonna hurt. I thought you're level 50.
길 좀 막지 마.
The effects are cool though. This like glitchy effect.
끝났습니다. 날 이해하는 정말이지. 감동적이지 않을 수 없네. 해결사.
Oh, Ryoshi put up, not Ryoshi, Rodya put up a bit of a fight, but not enough.
확실히 처리해야 합니다.
어떡.
Oh, come on, Honglu. God damn, that sanity sucks.
끝나지 않았다.
Oh, damn, they are actually kicking our ass.
어차피 이미 이길 거라고 확신하고 있으실 테니까 깔끔하게.
I guess we should get a burn team or rupture team.
그대들은 낙마하지 않을 것이네. 피를 흘리고 숨이 가빠져와도
너냐?
결국 우위를 점했기 때문이지.
No, it both starts with R, so yeah.
괜찮은 공격이네요.
길에서 비켜.
앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
God damn it, what? Why did so much damage? Excuse me?
승부처다. 다시 결투는 끝나지 않았다. 좋은 결투였다. We came across a group of researchers passionately poring over various documents. They're having a debate about two subjects, emotions and flame. Regular flames don't seem to hurt the abnormalities very much, so why does this work, I wonder? Perhaps a greater degree of wrathful emotions opens up this room for the touch. They must have noticed us listening to us with a glint in their eyes. Are you the sample who's agreed to this experiment? If so, try this on. An ignition plug. You have the wrong person. Where are the samples? Wrathlust. Heathcliff needs both of these. You need two. You need two. Nice. What an interesting reaction. Decent synchronization rate as well. Maybe the researcher liked what they saw. After scribbling their observations into various papers, the researcher lets Otis go. Otis took off the gear implant before to return it, but they shook their head. Fits you perfectly, take it with you. Ooh! Otis doesn't need healing though. Deal 20% more damage? Who's all inflict? Not exactly.
현장에서 직접 뵙죠.
So how do we know this guy's actually distorted? He doesn't sound any different from his usual self. The sanity degradation due to distortion affects every subject differently. I mean, yeah, but censoring his own fathoms? But Hohenheim, you're in a dungeon of the fathoms. We will see through it with Dante's powers whether you want to show us or not. You make a fair assessment. How about this, then? If you are to see them anyway, allow me to save you the trouble and give you a quick rundown instead. Come visit me as soon as you finish watching my tale. This tale began when that man walked into my laboratory. Yes, I had a personal laboratory all to myself. One of the few perks of being an elite researcher. This guy's just telling the story however he wants to, isn't he? I'm Mr. Hohenheim. Let me think, I don't quite remember what he looked like. Something like this, perhaps. There's no way! Whichever is the case, I was planning to censor his appearance anyway. That's no way that's Chesed, is it? No, Chesed, it kind of looks bluish, but more purple here. Hey, I wanted to talk to you about something. Yeah, it's not Chesed. Stop. Are you here to express your displeasure with me? The what now? If you are, do let me know from the get-go. I had a feeling it was about time this would happen. 3 months, not a bad record for working without a workplace conflict.
So he's in Malkuth's team. Oh, if this is about quitting, then you would find a much better audience among the human resources team. No, I mean, I'm just here to thank you for picking me. Some dude from the back streets to work here. Okay, so it's not. I heard it was you who made the hiring decision. I don't know how to put this, but you're the only one who saw my way. Who saw my, what's the word? Yeah, my potentiality. You saw something that no one's cared to look into before. Know what I mean? Ah, but it had nothing to do with something so grandiose like his potentiality. A wing does not hire people from the back streets for something so insignificant. While this information has never been publicly available, Lobotomy Corporation's primary criterion was trauma. Candidates with horrible, insurmountable trauma were often favored by the company, and in an indirect way, it was the only natural that they would begin to favor candidates who originate from the back streets. Your greetings are acknowledged, Jimmy. Now feel free to leave my office. I ain't Jimmy. Anyways, I've been meaning to ask Mr. Hohenheim, why do you always enjoy being alone? It may come as a surprise to you, but I am very adept at spending my time all on my own. It is one of the hundreds of distinguishing features that set me apart from the ordinary man. Say, don't you need someone to be like your loyal right-hand man? My right hand is doing just fine, thank you very much. Do you believe in potentialities, Hohenheim? What an unrelenting, stubborn employee he was, even in hindsight. Thanks to you, I do. And I've been thinking, if I keep at it, one day I might even find myself living large in a nest, changing my world little by little. Kinda like how a thing like me managed to snag a position here at Lobotomy Corporation. So, I'm thinking here that I want to stick around in your circle. To bring about such drastic changes to one's life is in the realm of feasibility for an exceptional researcher like myself, indeed. But you are, like most of the rabble, painfully average in most qualities, and therefore unlikely to be moving force into that change. I have no faith in the universal things like potentialities. I have faith in myself and myself alone. Besides, I'm not very partial to mathematical statistics like probability theory anyway. So I would like to keep both my right and left hands as my own. Have a nice day. Want to know something about me? I'm the kind of guy who doesn't really think about things. Action before deliberation, you get me? Thoughtless and carefree. Possibly the only merit to be found in those originate from the back streets. Or was that a thinly veiled threat of physical assault? No, I'm talking about the new Abno that just got shipped here. It's a tricky one to manage, I'll tell you that. What? It reads your mind, screwing up all kinds of strategies or whatever as long as it's based on hard logic. Want to shoot for the Department of the Year award together? You seem to be rather skilled in the art of transactions. One of the few merits found in those who originate from the back streets. I will admit, I suppose I was overcome by a certain ennui back then. And in hindsight, it was foolish of me to engage in such insane conversations. You, us. Ah, the remnants of my past come to haunt us. Perhaps it is I whom they truly wish to hurt. Ah, boy. Don't die. Too hard. Ooh, I hear like background sound.
시간 끌지 말고 괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
God, I'm so low on health.
관찰은 끝났습니다. 약점을 잘 노리셨습니다. 이제 해결사의 전투력도 익숙해지셨네요. 날 이해해야 하는 순간이지. 감동적이지 않을 수 없네.
결투는 끝나지 않아.
해결사 영웅기에
Okay, let's try to kill as many as we can before they get back up.
너냐?
Ah, 5 hours.
얘는 처리했고
더 이상 얻을 정보는 없군요. 그대들은 낙마하지 않을 것이네.
적출할게요.
피를 흘리고 숨이 가빠져와도 결국 우위를 점했기 때문이지.
좋은 결투였다.
As long as I have more Limbus content, I can keep going. And also with a break. It's finally here, the Department of the Year award. Indeed, I have finally done it. With some minor assistance from you, of course, and some other employees. Come on, admit it. Don't you notice that a lot more employees are saying hello, good morning, and what have you, not to you in the hallways compared to when your reputation was a bit, you know, it's all because I'm just that good of a right-hand man. I will admit that your intuitive and spontaneous eye was of some assistance when it came to identifying certain observations among abnormalities. This is the potentiality I was talking about, man. The same thing you saw in me when you decided to get me on board. Apologies for ruining the moment, but the next few years quickly and busily flew by without much trouble. Of course, we picked up ourselves a few more Departments of the Year awards, some promotions, and some collaborative researches. Yet all things must come to an end. The infamous fall of Lobotomy Corporation, for one. You, us. So I don't suppose you have any trouble hazarding what they're all telling me, even as the words come out fragmented. You left us nothing but words of endless resentment. You left us behind. The fall of the former L Corp. I remember what Miss Yuri told us. The site crumbled in an instant, trapping the employees in there with the abnormalities. What is this sound? Sorry, just a second. Yeah, I'm not even gonna change script. It'll be cool. Alright. Let's get this show on the road. The whole structure is quaking. What the hell is this? Initiating site burial in 100 seconds. Any remaining employees must immediately evacuate the structure. Counting down. 95. 94. The escape pods to the surface are here, but there's only one seat left. They're saying that the next one's in 5 minutes? I listen closely. At the risk of sounding rather callous, I must inform you that the chance of survival in cases of crises such as this is usually granted only to a very small minority of those affected. Some who prioritize the fairness of the process may settle on primitive methods, such as drawing lots to see who gets to escape.
In more barbaric groups, the survival would be decided by none other than the rule of might. However, I'm glad to find myself among those who are on the side of intelligence. So I make this argument, a suggestion before you. Compare yourselves, whose sole final purpose in life is clinging to your mediocre office jobs, and make good on your debt payments. And me, who has produced several groundbreaking epical theses and research results at such an early age, whose life in your eyes is of greater worth. Yes, and that is how this tale ends. The compound collapsed 90 seconds later. I left the employees of my department behind and boarded the escape pod elevator and survived. How could you, without even a hint of remorse? Wrath is a hideous emotion. I am here today only because I have always maintained a cold, rational head. The L Corp branch within Hohenheim's Dungeon of the Fathom begins to crumble. It almost appeared as though his heart was crumbling as well. Well, now that that's over with, I invite you to come face me, the Distortion. And the experiment will come to an end. But just finding and defeating his Distortion in a fight, I don't think that will bring him back. I just know it. I agree. We're still in deep waters here. This can't possibly be all there is to it. Alright. I wonder if there's going to be a second. Because this is a grind event, I imagine there's only going to be one floor. We see the Fey Lantern within the containment unit. A cyan-hued fairy flutters towards. Entices us. What a beautiful specimen. Have you finished your observation? Pop quiz. What ego gift? It's midwinter nightmare, but you can also get this. You know your Fey Lantern has been giving out these things too. Twigs. Every time rupture activates 3 times. That inflict rupture. Inflict 2 offense down.
사건을 끝내러 가볼까?
We're almost there. Ooh, abnormalities. Is this a focused encounter? It is. I really should. Yeah, I should. Five. It's gonna hit them no matter what. Okay. I might as well do that one then. Actually, do this. This. Boom.
직접 나서지.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
Okay, the game audio sounds fine. I was just worried for nothing.
그렇게만 해주세요.
Aww. He's not gonna try killing something else. Is there 2 waves or is it just 1 wave?
하지 않겠습니다.
Huh.
어차피 이미 이길 거라고 확신하고 있으실 테니까.
깔끔하게.
KJ 미달 고르미 통제 시퀀스 시작.
그래, 얘는 처리했고.
더 이상 얻을 정보는 없군요.
So that one's a normal encounter. That one's focused.
투입합니다.
I need to get more gloom for Faust. Oh boy.
자, 동료들이여, 자세를 갖추고 저들을 맞이하세. 우리를 가로막는 저 시련을 해치우고 끝나지 않는 모험을 향하여.
Oh, that one's tanky, I remember. Neutral. Dominating. Neutral. Neutral, dominating. David. Alright, let's gamble.
할게요.
Ah, boy. Sinking deluge, damn. I got 2 heads. Well, at least we won.
날 이해하는 정말이지. 감동적이지 않을 수 없네. 해결사 영웅기에 이런 구절이 있었지. 어디 보자.
$18. Inefficient slash, but how about blunt?
너냐?
약점을 잘 노리셨습니다. 이제 해결사의 전투법도 익숙해지셨네요.
관찰은 끝났습니다.
Ow, my sanity and my health.
예측대로군.
Blunt is not doing well.
나리의 속 깊은 뜻을 본인이
Blunt is not doing well up there
쉽지
either.
않은
Okay. Does he have a healing ego? He has a rupture. Oh, that sucks more.
직접 나서지.
Nice.
승부처다.
환상의 세계로 들어가 보죠.
Wonder if I should win with a burn team. Nice, Heathcliff.
두려움을 모르는 건 나쁘지 않습니다만 또 무식하게 돌격하실 거라면
How much does she have?
시간
15.
끌면 위험해서.
Alright.
제출할게요. 다시 복구하긴 힘들걸요?
Oh, I have another person I could raid. Very nice.
모두가 너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
Ow.
저대로 돌려보낼 생각은 아니시죠?
God, this
처리하고
amount of sinking sucks. That should be enough. Should.
깔끔하게.
Oh, it was enough. Pain. Oh, no, we're fine.
낙마하지
God, you've really been giving me some trouble.
숨이 가빠져와도 결국 우위를 점했기 때문이지. 직접 나서지.
Yeah, it looks very cool.
길에서 비켜.
You know, it only took a guy distorting, but yeah. Alright, well, at the end of the group read is having a discussion in front of a naturally dark place. As they approach us, we investigate the area ahead of us. You accept. Heal or... this feels like a trap. Oh, Jesus Christ. Aww.
아니라고?
We still heal? Huh.
내 감으로는
Alright. Unless if there's a second floor, this is the end. We arrived at the entrance to Hohenheim's laboratory. This may be my final order to you. Either suppress me and return safe and sound to where you came from, or fail the suppression and place me in a containment unit. Perhaps we can observe what happens next. That's when Heathcliff suddenly strode forward. Hohenheim, do you still believe in that potentiality? I do. It's what keeps me going. You only hire researchers from the back streets, don't you? I heard from them earlier. They told me that you're a right pompous bloke, but thanks to you, they can continue to research and believe that there might be things in the world that's worth working towards. Damn, Heathcliff actually shut him up. Ooh, that's a lot of moves. Poise Tremor. Huh. Poise Tremor. Final power, gain 4 poise. Interesting. Subject of observation, gain 3 stack. 1 stack, take against distorted Hohenheim. Or deals damage. Take deals more damage from enemies, more damage. For on enemies, then gain poise equal to number of units with subject of observation. Apply against target without subjects. Inflict 1 more potency. On turn 3, gains a new pattern. After turn 3, the effect above this unit has... The above effect activates when this unit has 30 plus poise count. It's used to not take any health during the preparation. Greatly enhance the skill. Gain 1 poise every time this unit inflicts damage. Gain 1 poison. This takes damage. Jesus. Okay. Turn start. Gain shield equal to 30% of missing health. If this unit has burn, lose burn percentage. If shields take 100% more damage from rupture effects, if the shield exchange is destroyed, then the rest of the encounter gain 1 defense down. And siphon 10 SP from targets with high SP than this top. Ooh! Confirmation bias. Okay, let's go on a little. Boom, boom. Boom. I'd rather this. Offset. Boom.
너냐?
예측대로군.
I know what I should be doing. I should just damage him a little bit and then I just steal, break his shield, and then keep inflicting defense down. But meh. But nah.
너무 유치하잖아요.
Oh, he gains shield and I'm supposed to break this. But it's kind of funny if I just say, nah. No shield for you.
너냐?
Ooh, there's like blue portals underneath the sinners.
승부처다.
Ow.
페이지 1. 배달 로봇 및 통제 시퀀스 시작. 침착하게 판로를 개척하십시오.
자,
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로
He just heals 30
해보세요.
SP is pretty crazy. Okay, so activate its shield and then break it. Gotcha.
적출할게요.
I did the fight with a sinking team. I'm not sure that's good or not. From what it seems, it's like he just keeps draining your SP. Oh boy, we are not breaking through this shield unless Honglu gives me something. Nice. So,
자세를 갖추고
+2.
우리를
Trigger
금방
extinction
조심해야겠죠.
sequence. I like the name, but it's very easy to dodge. Reduce if the user took no health damage last turn. Guarantee a crit. Does not crit. Instead, deal took last turn? That's interesting. So I'm supposed to take damage last turn. Huh. Well, that's an easy dodge. Can I clash this? I can clash it. It's just like, is there a point to clash it though? Rupture. Anyone that can dodge, I'll make him dodge, but... eh. Oh, Otis isn't even targeted. That's weird. Only these... It does not have a lot of... Oh, it does target her. Okay, never mind. Inflict 4 rupture.
길 좀 막지 마.
플루드니차 강력 배달 모드로 기동.
쓸데없는 관심
Dies.
필요 없다. 날 이해하는 청각이지.
Ooh,
감동적이지 않을
that's a
수
chunk of
없네.
damage.
해결사 영웅기에 이런 구절이 있었지. 어디 보자. 약점을 잘 노리셨습니다.
관찰은
이제 해결사의 전투법도 익숙해지셨네요.
끝났습니다.
It's not great that he has such high sanity. I'll be honest. But I didn't get every ego gift that I probably could have. What plagues your mind, manager? Your suppression effort seems to be smooth sailing. It is exactly, save for a few parts that were censored, I concealed nothing from your view. I don't believe I've committed any wrong by escaping that place alone, leaving the others to be buried there. Yeah, from a moral, but what anyone from that perspective, manager? You know, well, the city's such a irrelevant. I can feel his gaze on me. Is Hone trying to hide from us? You're running away from something. Weakens the shield passive. Weaken the poise. Weaken the SP passive. He already has a lot of SP, but... There's another side of the story you've told me. And not it is indeed. Indeed, that is quite feasible. You are correct, that another side is what oft gets lost in the process of observing over specious concepts like the fathoms and the heart. Even in the fathoms, the idea of one's heart. Fascinating, isn't it? They call it metacognitive error, some call it unconscious bias as well. I see, you argue that the story I have shown you was simply a fabrication. Indeed, any from my employees, but there's no way by which we may verify them anyway. Isn't it obvious why that is? At least to a degree, what Virgilius and Don Quixote have been telling me. There was nothing to call a human face remaining in his distorted form. Hey, you lost some sanity, that's nice. I need some... Oh boy, the effects are cool though. Confirmation bias. Oh, no. Subjective observation. I mean, I could break it, but... I don't know if I'm gonna break the shield with this. Doesn't he already have 5 defense? He has 3 defense down. That's quite a bit, but I don't think I have enough. Ooh, with the rupture I do. Nice. 37, 24, need the 37, 48, 66, or I could go lasso. I haven't, 85 is more damage, but how much shield does he have? 220 free shield is quite a bit.
너냐?
God, I really need like a skill free from Rodya. Alright, this should be enough. Well, you can dodge again. It could just weaken. Who can we ego with? Hopeless. Inflict rupture by gluttony resonance. Favored. Dominating. Boom. She's gonna take damage anyway, so it doesn't. Boom. It's 5.5, maybe. Oh, I think we're reaching the end though. Oh, a bit more damage and we could have cracked for the shield. It seems that's something you'd like to tell me. Go, I am prepared to answer any of your questions. I can feel lingering. What should I say this time? Defense mechanism is pretty good, but adaptation. Faust relay. I see how you may have arrived at that conclusion, but you are incorrect. What if you do feel like what you did was wrong? I may have already done much contemplation regarding that matter and have definitely concluded a long time ago that I have indeed done no wrong. Let me say this in advance that I am a rare breed of researcher who detests the study of probabilities and statistics. Let me say this in advance that I am a rare breed. I, Hohenheim, am not the kind to make irrational suggestions such as drawing lots to see who gets to survive, to partake in barbaric contests of strength to survive either. My only option was to come up with an argument that was ultimately vain before the urge to survive, arguing for my survival on the grounds that I was the most useful one out of all of us. However, they all made a rather objective decision for me. They overcame their base desires for mere survival and made a forward-thinking decision for the future. So no, I have no reason to believe what I did was wrong. It shouldn't be wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. There wasn't a sin. It seemed as though he was pulling him down.
어떤 상황이 닥쳐와도 포기하...
직접 나서지.
이건 못하겠습니다. 너무 유치하다.
Ah, so much shield.
승부처다.
Ooh, okay. Ah, the sanity drain. If only I had someone to switch Roger out with. Ah, Roger's gonna implode.
포기하... 이건 못하겠습니다. 너무 유치하잖아요.
직접 나서지.
I'm pretty sure Rupture should be doing quite a bit of damage to the shield. We've already... Damn, we got 11 defense down? Huh. Oh no, Roger's staggered. That's not good. God, Roger's would have been the key to that. Do I have to make him reach full max? That's not good. Well, good luck, Roger. God, that counter sucks. Oh no, it's not counter, it's unbreakable coin.
예측대로.
He's at negative 45 sanity, which is really good, but... 100% chance to corrode. Ah, that's not good. $14. Yikes, this is gonna be a risky one. I don't even stack that much rupture on him is the thing.
거둬들일 순 없었어.
승리를 위해서라면.
I should have weakened the effect of the shield. Oh well.
흐름을 따라 달려가면 역시 여기 숨어 있었네요.
원더풀한 선택이었어 나리. 저들의 약점이 뻔히.
Yikes, that was close.
안돼.
Oh, Roger's dead. Rip.
위험을 모르는 건 나쁘지 않습니다만 좀 무식하게 돌격하실 거라면 전 빠지겠습니다.
I want Heathcliff staggered. No, I don't want him staggered. Does he have tremor? No, he doesn't.
직접 나서지.
관찰은
Ooh, a lot of rough damage.
흐름을 따라 달려가면 역시 여기
It's just
숨어
not much
있었네요.
damage. Oof.
모두가 너를
I don't think this is gonna be a dawn moment where I reach the health threshold. Ow.
자, 동료들이여.
Oh, you're gonna get staggered.
우리를 가로막는 저 시련을 해치우고 끝나지 않는 모험을 향하여.
Oh, come on, at least. Pain, okay.
너냐?
I should have done the shield. Oh, so hey, I'll go to sleep.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
Well, you live and you learn, and I'll be ready to grind this event when I'm done with this.
또
I can't get through his shield, it's so much.
하지만 아직 더 할 수 있으신 거 알고 있습니다.
Gain 2, oh, and 3 SP down. He's staggered, oh boy, so I'm gonna get hit by at least one of these. Oh, that's not gonna work at all.
직접 나서지. 쓸데없는 관심은 필요 없다.
I don't know if it's because it's minus 45, but he did gain a new status effect that he gets too fragile at the start of the turn. I might have messed myself over because I didn't get the shield one first. His SP one's annoying, but the shield one is the worst
어떤
one.
상황이
Oh, I think you're right.
이건 못 하겠습니다.
Because I just can't bust through the shield. I think this is probably a restart.
예측대로군.
My killing potential went down a lot once I lost Rodya. If I could get past that stagger bar, maybe?
잠시 무릎 꿇는 것
Yeah,
좀
no, this is a restart. Oh well. Well, I could end it here, but we need just a little bit more. I wish I had... It would be nice if I had backup identities, but honestly, none of them are really that great.
늦겠다. 뛰자.
I'm probably gonna come in with a burn team, because I've got quite a few of those leveled.
어떤 상황이 닥쳐와도 포기하... 아, 이건 못하겠습니다. 너무 유치하잖아요. 좀 막지 마.
약점을 잘 노리셨습니다. 이제 해결사의 전투법도 익숙해지셨네요.
관찰은 끝났습니다.
날 이해하는 정말이지.
Aw,
감동적이지
Heathcliff.
않을 수 없네.
Dang.
해결사 영웅기에 이런 구절이 있었지. 어디 보자. 어떤 상황이 닥쳐도 포기하지 마세나. 저들의 공격은 우리의 투지를 꿰뚫을 수 없을 테니.
A little bit early for an ego, but sure.
예측대로군.
기록에 따라 당신을 반드시 집행하겠습니다.
What I should be doing is incremental points of damage, but nah. God, it's kind of sucks that we don't have a shop to at least, well, at the beginning we don't get choose an ego gift. That'd be nice.
거리될 것 같지 않네만. 아하! 한수 접어주신 겐가?
God, 45 SP. It also doesn't help we don't have a lot of dodge units. I probably would have gone W Corp Yi-Sang if I didn't want the bonus from his other identity.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
깔끔하게.
No, I didn't mean to click that. I meant to... Well... Oh well. Let's see if we still survive this somehow. Get rid of your shield mechanism.
두려움을 모르는 건 나쁘지 않습니다만 또 무식하게 돌격하실 거라면
I need gloom, so I'll keep that.
페이즈 2 인리버리 캐리어 출력 상승. 신속한 대처를 권장드립니다.
Oh, that sucks. He's at 45 sanity. Does he still drain sanity even at max? Oh, he doesn't! But the thing is, he's gonna get all heads, so that sucks.
돌격하실 거라면 전 빠지겠습니다.
Let's see what's hits. Favored? Eh. Hopeless. That doesn't hit? What hits hard? Heathcliff's hits pretty hard, but that's if he hits heads. So I need a 24 roll.
어떡.
쓸데없는 관심 필요 없다.
Good damage. Anyone staggered? Surprisingly not. Should I go poise sanity or sanity then poise? He's gonna get a bigger shield though.
두려움을 모르는 건 나쁘지 않습니다만 또 무식하게
Oh, that's so
공격하실
much
거라면
damage, but
전 빠지겠습니다.
%68. Honestly, this is kind of worth it.
길좀 막지 마.
Lock him down.
플루드리차 강력 대상
Yeah, now that we have Rodia here, she can do quite a chunk of damage.
수많은 것들이 옥죄.
Yeah, I'm assault.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
자,
앞으로 그런 어설픈 공격은 하지 마십시오. 적어도
Get him.
길좀 막지 마.
채통을 지켜주시죠.
관찰은 끝났습니다.
Very nice, we got stagger. Let me see how far they're in.
확실히 처리해야 합니다.
Okay, so they're like before the final dungeon, I think.
너냐?
I don't want to just take your choice away from you, but the other person is kind of like not as far in the dungeon.
그대들은
Come on, just a little bit more.
흘리고 숨이
Honestly, you should be
가빠져서
exiting out, but
우위를 잠했기 때문이지.
너냐?
what if I raid nobody? Nah, I will. I will.
예측대로군.
Oh no, she's crowing. Kill him at least.
롱빼.
Hey! Just a little bit of friendly fire. I think I've rated both of them before though. But let's finish this. The escape paths to the surface are here, but there's only one seat left. They're saying that the next one's in 5 minutes. Look, I don't actually believe you hired me because you saw my potential or something like that. But I want to believe that you found the hope and potentialities because of me. I hope in anticipation that we can make things better as long as we keep at it. I can't leave you all behind. I can't just save my skin not without everyone. This is what a right-hand man does, isn't it? Take my potentiality you found in Rise. Take it with you to the surface. But you, Johan, what about you? Well, maybe next time. Some other time. Wrath is a hideous emotion. This is why I did nothing at the entrance of that branch. Only remembering nothing more. Remembering the ones I've left behind. I can sense the dungeon of the fathom slowly beginning to close. Sometime later, I've returned, safe and sound. Welcome back, boss. To be frank, I once wished to be someone like yourself, Heathcliff. What are you talking about? We don't want Heathcliff to be like Heathcliff. Because it's not easy to put my faith, not in games of numbers, but in those slimmest potentialities of the world and continue to exist. I know it's not very befitting of a researcher to be so, but it is quite the romantic attitude for a human to embody, is it not? Well, the experiment is over. It was a huge success, all thanks to us, right? No, it was a failure. I had established this hypothesis that the sole answer was to hold a firm belief in the self and nothing else. Had my hypothesis been correct, I would have remained a distortion. Thus, I would like to extend my gratitude to all of you. Thank you for making me fail. It seems that the classification for my distortion was He, 5, SU. Disappointingly mediocre, but I don't suppose it can be helped. The world is a place where we must find the ray of potentiality among the mediocre after all. Let us move on now. Mephistopheles is prepared to depart. Hohenheim's researchers waved at us. We'll meet again, right? You, no, thank you. Everything has an end, so do consider this to be our final meeting. Down to the last exchange, this guy. The last thing we saw before the portal activated was the LCE researchers pushing up their glasses in our general direction. Thought I'd only taken a step or two, the entire world around us seemed to transform, letting us back inside the transportation instrument. Now that I think about it, we didn't even get to learn why Gregor's bones made those cracking noises. Is Gregor No way. All we learned from this experience is that the sinners have all become mediocre, but they each had certain potentialities within themselves. That is such a foreshadowing. Oh, Gregor's bones are cracking, but you know, he's just old. It's definitely not because he's like transforming or anything. You know, he's part cockroach. Each of us mulling over the events at the LCE, we returned to the bus where Karen and Virgilius were waiting for us. Oh my god, I'm dead.
여유로웠어.
Oh, that's the end.
여기서 밥 좀 먹다가 출발해도 될 것 같은데?